I've lived in the high Sierras for most of my adult life, and I've seen things that would make a city dweller pack their bags and never look back. I'm a surveyor by trade, which means I spend a lot of time in places where the cell service dies and the only tracks in the mud belong to things that don't have names. You learn to trust your gut in the wilderness. If the wind smells like copper, you leave. If the birds go silent all at once, you reach for your bear spray. It's a simple set of rules that has kept me alive for 42 years. But 3 years ago, in a valley the locals call the Throat, I saw something that didn't just break the rules of the woods, it broke the rules of the world. It was late November. I was contracted to mark the boundaries for a private timber sale about 30 miles north of any paved road. The weather report had promised a light dusting of snow, nothing a four-wheel drive truck and a pair of insulated boots couldn't handle. I was alone, which was my first mistake. My regular partner, a guy named Miller, had come down with a stomach bug, and I was arrogant enough to think I didn't need a spotter for a simple boundary trek. I wanted to get the job done before the real winter storms locked the passes. The valley was beautiful in a jagged, unforgiving way. The pines were so thick they blotted out the sun, creating a perpetual twilight on the forest floor even at noon. By 3:00 p.m. the temperature plummeted. I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when the barometric pressure drops too fast. The sky turned a bruised, heavy purple. Then the flakes started to fall. At first it was normal. Big, heavy, wet flakes that hissed when they hit the dead needles on the ground. I decided to call it a day and started trekking back toward where I'd parked the truck. I was about 2 miles out when the wind died. Not just died, it vanished. The forest became an absolute vacuum. No rustle of branches, no creak of frozen wood. It was the kind of silence that makes your ears ring, a heavy, oppressive weight that felt like being underwater. I stopped to adjust my pack, and that's when I saw the first anomaly. A snowflake drifted past my vision, but it didn't hit the ground. About 6 inches from the forest floor, it stopped. It hovered there for a heartbeat, vibrating with a strange, high-frequency energy. Then it began to drift upward. I blinked, wiping my goggles, thinking it was just a trick of the light or a stray updraft. But then another one did it, and another. Within seconds, the air around my knees was filled with white specks that were defying gravity, rising slowly back toward the canopy like ash from a fire that hadn't been lit. I told myself it was static electricity. I told myself the valley's unique topography created some kind of localized thermal vent. I'm a man of science, or at least a man of maps and measurements. I needed there to be a reason. I stood there, frozen, watching a veil of white rise from the earth. The snow wasn't falling anymore. It was being pulled back into the sky. I started walking faster. My boots crunched on the frozen earth, but the sound felt wrong, muffled, as if the rising snow was absorbing the vibration of my footsteps. I reached a clearing where the trees thinned out, expecting to see the wind whipping the flakes around. Instead, I saw a column of white, thousands of flakes moving in a perfect vertical line straight up into the dark clouds. That was when the smell hit me. It wasn't the crisp, clean scent of winter. It was the smell of old, stagnant water, like a pond that hadn't seen a ripple in a decade. It was thick and cloying, coating the back of my throat. I checked my GPS. The screen was flickering, the digital map spinning in slow, nauseating circles. Great, I muttered, my voice sounding tiny and frail in the vast silence. Magnetic interference. I tried to convince myself that's all it was. A mineral deposit in the soil, maybe. Something that explained the GPS and the weird polarity of the snow. But my gut, that internal compass that had never steered me wrong, was screaming at me to run. I crested a small ridge, hoping to see the glint of my truck's windshield in the distance. Instead, I saw a figure. It was standing about 50 yards away, right in the middle of the path. It was tall, too tall to be a person, and it was perfectly still. The rising snow was swirling around it in a violent, chaotic vortex, unlike the calm ascent everywhere else. It looked like a man wearing a heavy, tattered coat, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms hung down past the knees, and the head was tilted at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. I froze. "Hey," I shouted, my hand drifting toward the holster on my hip. "You need help." The figure didn't move. It didn't breathe. There was no puff of condensation from its mouth in the freezing air. It just stood there, draped in that impossible upward falling snow. Then, very slowly, it began to straighten its neck. I heard a sound then, a dry, rhythmic clicking, like someone tapping two stones together in a rapid-fire sequence. Click, 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 click. The logic I'd been clinging to didn't just crack, it shattered. There is no thermal vent that makes a person-shaped thing stand in a blizzard without breathing. There is no static charge that makes the world go silent and smell like a tomb. I realized right then that I wasn't looking at a hiker or a local hunter. I was looking at the reason the snow was falling upward. The valley wasn't just experiencing a weather anomaly, it was being drained. I didn't wait for it to turn around. I veered off the path and plunged into the tree line, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I didn't care about the boundary markers or my expensive surveying equipment. I just wanted to get to the truck. As I ran, the clicking followed me. It didn't sound like it was coming from behind me. It sounded like it was coming from inside the trees themselves. Every time I glanced up, I saw the snow accelerating, white streaks screaming toward the sky like reverse rain. The higher it went, the darker the forest became, as if the snow was the only thing providing light. I tripped over a submerged root and went down hard, my face hitting the frozen dirt. I scrambled to turn over, expecting to see those long, spindly arms reaching for me. But the path behind me was empty. The only thing there was the snow, rising in silent, ghostly ribbons. Then I looked at my hands. The snow that had gathered on my sleeves wasn't melting. It was vibrating. I watched, paralyzed, as the white powder on my jacket lifted off the fabric, hovering for a second before shooting straight up into the air. I felt a tugging sensation on my own skin, a light, persistent pull, as if the sky was trying to vacuum the very moisture out of my pores. My nose began to bleed, the red droplets rising from my face and disappearing into the dark canopy above before they could even hit my chin. I scrambled to my feet, my head spinning. I was losing my grip on reality. I reached for my bear spray, but my fingers were numb, fumbling with the plastic safety clip. I didn't need spray, I needed to leave. I reached the logging road where I'd parked, but the truck wasn't where I left it. Or rather, the road wasn't where it should be. The landscape looked warped, the trees leaning at impossible angles as if they were being sucked toward a single point in the sky. I finally spotted the white roof of my Ford F-150, but it was tilted. The front tires were a good 6 inches off the ground, the entire 3-ton vehicle groaning as it was slowly, impossibly, lifted by whatever force was inverted in that valley. "No," I whispered, "no, no, no." I lunged for the door handle. The metal was burning cold. I yanked it open, the hinges screaming, and threw myself into the driver's seat. The interior of the truck was a nightmare. Everything that wasn't bolted down, my coffee mug, my notebooks, a handful of loose change, was pressed against the ceiling. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, my movements sluggish and heavy. Outside the windshield, the tall figure appeared again. It was closer now, standing at the edge of the road. In the dim, flickering light of the rising snow, I could see its face, or where a face should have been. It was just a smooth, pale surface, like polished bone, with 2 dark, vertical slits where eyes should be. It didn't have a mouth, yet the clicking sound was louder than ever, vibrating through the glass of my truck. It raised one of those long, multi-jointed arms and pointed at the sky. I jammed the key into the ignition and cranked it. The engine sputtered, the cold oil resisting. Come on, come on, come on. The truck groaned again, the rear tires now losing contact with the gravel. I was floating. The sensation was sickening, like the drop of a roller coaster that never ends. The engine roared to life on the third try. I didn't even check the mirrors. I slammed it into reverse and floored it. The tires spun in the air for a terrifying second, gripping nothing but empty space before the weight of the engine block brought the front end crashing back down. The moment the rubber hit the gravel, I took off. I drove like a madman, the truck fishtailing as I raced down the mountain. In the rearview mirror, I saw the valley floor receding. The column of rising snow was getting wider, a massive white umbilical cord connecting the earth to the clouds. And standing in the middle of the road, shrinking as I sped away, was that pale, bone-faced thing still pointing upward. I didn't stop until I hit the ranger station at the base of the pass. I burst through the door, covered in dirt and dried blood, gasping for air. The ranger on duty, an older guy named Henderson who'd been in the service for 30 years, didn't even look up from his clipboard at first. "Rough weather up there?" he asked calmly. "The snow," I wheezed, clutching the counter. It's going the wrong way. There's something up there, a thing." My truck was floating. Henderson finally looked up. He didn't look shocked. He didn't look like he thought I was crazy. He just looked tired. He reached over, grabbed a thermos, and poured me a cup of black coffee. "You're the third surveyor this decade to come down from the throat with that look in his eyes," he said, his voice low. "We tell the timber companies to stay out of that sector during the transition weeks. They never listen." "What is it?" I demanded. "What's in that valley?" Henderson leaned back, his eyes tracking a single snowflake that had followed me in on my coat. It was hovering an inch above the wooden counter, spinning slowly. "The earth breathes, son. Most places it breathes out. In the throat, sometimes it decides to breathe in. You're lucky you didn't have much metal on you. It likes the heavy stuff." I didn't go back for my equipment. I quit the surveying contract the next day and moved 2 states over, away from the mountains, away from the silence. But I still don't like winter. Every time a storm rolls in, I find myself standing by the window, watching the flakes. Most people find it peaceful. I just wait for the moment one of them stops. I wait for the moment the gravity fails and I feel that tugging on my skin again. Because I know now that we aren't standing on solid ground. We're just anchored to it. And in some places, the anchor is much, much thinner than you think. If you ever find yourself in a forest where the wind dies and the snow starts to rise, don't stop to wonder why. Don't try to be a man of science. Just run. Run until your lungs burn and you can't see the white anymore. Because if you stay long enough to see what's pulling the snow up, you might find yourself following it. I didn't stay in that border town for more than an hour after Henderson gave me that coffee. I drove until the sun came up, my knuckles white against the steering wheel, watching the horizon for any sign of a vertical cloud. I ended up in a motel in Reno, a place with neon lights and the constant, comforting hum of slot machines and traffic. I needed the noise. I needed the filth and the grit of a city to remind me that the world was heavy, that things stayed where you put them. But the transition weeks Henderson mentioned, those specific liminal slices of time when the seasons are shifting their weight, they don't just happen in the high Sierras, they happen everywhere. And 3 years later, the heavy, grounding reality of the city started to feel like a cage. I'd taken a desk job at a civil engineering firm, pushing a pencil and staring at topographical maps of suburbs and drainage pipe layouts. It was safe. It was boring. It was exactly what I thought I wanted until the dreams started. In the dreams, I wasn't running away from the throat. I was standing in the center of it, and I wasn't heavy anymore. I was light as a dandelion seed. I would look down and see my boots lifting off the pine needles, my body elongating, stretching toward that bruised purple sky. And there, standing just beyond the tree line, would be the pale thing with the bone face. It wasn't pointing at the sky anymore. It was reaching for me. I woke up sweating in July, the air conditioner rattling in the window of my apartment, and I realized I couldn't hide in the desert forever. You can't unsee the physics of the world breaking. Once you know the floor is a trapdoor, you spend your whole life looking for the hinges. I started digging, not into the maps, I knew those by heart, but into the archives. I used my old credentials to access geological surveys that had been redacted or filed for internal review back in the late 70s. I looked for magnetic anomalies, sure, but I also looked for missing persons reports. I looked for unexplained atmospheric phenomena and localized gravity fluctuations. The data was there, hidden in plain sight under the dry, bureaucratic language of forestry reports. There were clusters of disappearances in high-altitude basins across the globe. The Alps, the Urals, the Andes. They all had their own versions of the throat. The locals called them different names, the lung, the upward gate, the empty well, but the descriptions were always the same. A sudden, vacuum-like silence, the smell of stagnant water, and the snow that refused to settle. In October of last year, I received a package. There was no return address, just a postmark from a small town in Northern California, not far from where I'd met Henderson. Inside was a field notebook, the kind I used to carry, water-damaged and smelling of cedar. I recognized the handwriting on the first page immediately. It was Miller's, my old partner. The guy I thought had a stomach bug 3 years ago. The guy I hadn't spoken to since I fled the state. I'd called him a dozen times from Reno, but his phone was disconnected. I'd assumed he'd just moved on, pissed off that I'd abandoned the contract and left him in the lurch. I opened the notebook to the last entry, dated 2 days after I'd fled the valley. "The weight is gone, Elias," it read. "I went back for your gear. I thought you just spooked yourself on a bear or a mountain lion, but I found the tripod. It wasn't on the ground. It was tangled in the upper branches of a Douglas fir 40 feet up. It didn't fall there, it drifted." My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned the page. The handwriting became frantic, the graphite smeared as if his hand had been shaking. "There's a frequency. If you hum at the same pitch as the clicking, the pressure in your ear stabilizes. It's not a vacuum, Elias, it's a displacement. Something is moving into our space, and it's pushing the air and us out of the way. I saw the tall one. It isn't a ghost. It isn't an alien. It's a counterweight. It's the only thing keeping the ground from following the snow. I'm going back tonight. I have to know if it's an invitation or a harvest." That was the last entry. The rest of the pages were blank, except for a small, hand-drawn map of the throat with a single X marked near a limestone cave system I'd never noticed on the official surveys. I spent 3 days staring at that notebook. I told myself to burn it. I told myself to move to Florida, somewhere flat and humid where the air was too thick to ever lift a man off the ground. But the pull was already there. It wasn't a physical tug yet, just a psychic one, a needle in my brain pointing north. I was a surveyor. I couldn't leave a map unfinished. I bought a new truck, a heavy diesel with a winch and enough spare fuel to get me to the moon and back. I packed lead-lined vests, heavy climbing gear, and a high-frequency acoustic recorder. I didn't know if I was going to rescue Miller or just witness his end, but I knew I couldn't live the rest of my life wondering if the sky was going to swallow me whole while I was brushing my teeth. I reached the trailhead of the throat on a Tuesday. The air was crisp, the sky a mocking, clear blue. There was no snow yet, but the transition was in the air. You could feel it in the way the birds were agitated, flying in erratic, jagged patterns instead of their usual migratory V-shapes. They knew the rules were about to change. I didn't take the main logging road this time. I followed Miller's map, trekking through a dense thicket of manzanita and scrub oak. The further I went, the more I noticed the scars. Trees with their bark stripped off in upward spiraling patterns. Boulders that looked like they'd been plucked from the earth and dropped back down, half buried in the wrong kind of soil. The forest was a jigsaw puzzle that had been shaken and put back together by a blind child. By mid-afternoon, the sun vanished behind a wall of gray clouds. The temperature didn't just drop, it evaporated. I checked my barometer. The needle was spinning. I reached the limestone cave near the X just as the first flake fell. It was a tiny, crystalline thing. It hit my sleeve, stayed for a second, and then vibrated. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. "Miller," I called out. My voice didn't echo. The cave mouth seemed to swallow the sound, dampening it instantly. I clicked on my tactical light. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing walls of wet, shimmering stone. But the water wasn't dripping down. It was weeping upward, thin rivulets of moisture crawling toward the ceiling like transparent worms. I moved deeper into the cave, my boots clacking against the stone. The sound was wrong. It was tinny, as if the floor was becoming less dense. I checked my watch, but the hands were spinning backward. Then I heard it, click, 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 click. It wasn't coming from the cave, it was coming from the air itself. I turned, my light sweeping the darkness, and caught a glint of something metallic. I scrambled toward it, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. It was my old surveying level, the one I'd left behind 3 years ago. It was hovering 3 feet off the ground, perfectly level, suspended in the center of a small chamber. Around it, hundreds of small objects were dancing in a slow, hypnotic orbit. Shell casings, pine cones, a rusted pocket knife, and a wedding ring, Miller's ring. "Miller," I screamed. A shadow moved in the back of the chamber. It was tall, the limbs long and spindly, the neck tilted at that sickening angle. But it wasn't the bone-faced thing. This one was wearing a tattered flannel shirt. "Elias," the voice was a rasp, a sound of dry leaves scraping against pavement. It was Miller, or what was left of him. He was pinned to the ceiling, his fingers dug into the limestone as if he were hanging onto the edge of a cliff for dear life. But he wasn't hanging down. He was falling up into the stone. His legs were kicking in the empty air of the cave, his body strained against the ceiling. "Hold on," I lunged for him, but as I stepped into the center of the chamber, my feet left the floor. The sensation was violent. It wasn't like floating in water. It was like being grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown toward the stars. I slammed into the ceiling next to him, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I scrambled for a handhold, my fingers finding a narrow crack in the rock. "Don't let go," Miller wheezed. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot. The pressure was causing the capillaries in his skin to burst, mapping his face in a web of broken red lines. The pulse, it's coming from below, the core is shifting. "We have to get out of here," I shouted, trying to find a way to climb back down to the floor. But the floor was now the ceiling, a distant, unreachable surface. You can't, Miller said, a strange, terrifying calm in his voice. Look at the snow, Elias. I looked toward the cave mouth. The blizzard had started in earnest now, but it wasn't just rising, it was forming a shape. Thousands of flakes were weaving together, knitting themselves into a massive, translucent pillar that stretched from the valley floor to the eye of the storm, and inside that pillar I saw them. The bone-faced things, hundreds of them, they weren't monsters, they were anchors. They were holding onto the trees, the rocks, the very crust of the earth, their long arms wrapped around anything solid. They weren't the cause of the anomaly, they were the survivors of it. One of them drifted past the cave mouth. It turned its smooth, featureless head toward us. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its gaze like a cold weight in my chest. It reached out a hand, a long, six-fingered hand, and pressed it against the air as if checking the strength of a glass wall. They're waiting for the flip, Miller whispered. Every few thousand years, the breath changes, the throat opens wide, everything that isn't anchored goes. Goes where? I asked, my fingers slipping from the crack. Miller looked at me, and for the first time I saw the madness in his eyes. It was a bright, soaring kind of insanity. To the source, to the place where the weight comes from. The clicking sound reached a crescendo. The cave began to shake, but it wasn't an earthquake. It was a lift. The entire mountain felt like it was being unmoored. I felt my grip fail. My boots, heavy with lead inserts I'd thought would protect me, did nothing. The gravity of the earth was being outvoted by the hunger of the sky. Elias, Miller reached for me, but he wasn't trying to pull me back. He was letting go himself. He fell upward out of the cave mouth and into the white vortex. I watched him go, a dark speck in a sea of rising white, his body spinning faster and faster until he disappeared into the purple clouds. I screamed, my voice lost in the roar of the atmospheric collapse. I was next. I could feel my body being pulled toward the opening, my fingers raw and bleeding as I clawed at the stone. Then a cold, pale hand grabbed my ankle. I looked down or up, I couldn't tell anymore. One of the bone-faced things was anchored to the cave wall by its legs, its body stretched out like a living rope. It had me. It held me with a strength that felt like iron, its long fingers bruising my skin. It didn't speak, it didn't click. It just held me as the world outside the cave turned into a vertical river of stone, ice, and air. I watched as entire trees were ripped from the soil, their roots trailing behind them like broken nerves as they screamed into the sky. I saw my truck, the heavy diesel I'd been so proud of, tumble past the cave mouth, a toy tossed by a giant. The pressure in my head built until I thought my skull would shatter. My nose poured blood, the red droplets dancing upward in a frantic ballet. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the silence returned. The tugging stopped. I fell. I hit the floor of the cave, the actual floor, with a bone-shattering thud. The gravity had returned with a vengeance, slamming me back into the dirt. I lay there for a long time, gasping, my ribs screaming in protest. When I finally managed to roll over, the cave was empty. The bone-faced thing was gone. The white vortex had vanished. I crawled to the mouth of the cave and looked out. The valley was gone. The throat was no longer a forest. It was a raw, jagged wound in the earth. The trees, the soil, the boulders, everything had been scoured away, leaving nothing but bare, gray bedrock. The sky was clear, the stars bright and indifferent. I stood up, my legs shaking. I was alone in a wasteland that hadn't existed 10 minutes ago. I looked up at the moon, and for a second I thought I saw a speck of green, a single pine needle drifting across its surface. I walked out of the valley. It took me 3 days. I had no food, no water, and my boots were falling apart. When I finally reached a road, I didn't stop a car. I just sat on the shoulder and waited for the sun to come up. I live in a basement apartment now in a city where it never snows. I have weights sewn into the hems of all my clothes. I have a lead-lined bed. People think I'm a crank, a paranoid recluse who's afraid of the wind. They don't understand. They think the ground is a promise. They think the earth loves them enough to keep them. But I know better. I know that the earth is just holding its breath. And one day, maybe not in my lifetime, but soon it's going to exhale again. And when it does, I won't be one of the ones who falls. I've learned how to hold on. I still have the notebook. Sometimes when the air gets thin and the silence starts to ring in my ears, I open it to the last blank page and I write a single word over and over again until the feeling passes. Down, down, down. Because the moment you stop believing in the weight of the world is the moment you start to drift. And I've seen what's waiting at the top of the sky. It isn't heaven. It's just more of the throat, and it's always, always hungry. The weight of a secret is its own kind of gravity, but it doesn't keep your feet on the floor. If anything, it makes you buoyant in the worst way, like a corpse filled with gas bobbing toward a surface you never wanted to reach. I lived in that basement in Seattle for 14 months before the first crack appeared in my new, heavy life. I had chosen the city for its rain, thick, directional, dependable rain that hammered the pavement and stayed in the gutters. Rain obeys the laws. Rain is honest. I had spent my savings on lead shielding, not for radiation, but for ballast. My bed frame was bolted to the concrete slab. I wore a vest weighted with 20 pounds of buckshot under my raincoat. To the neighbors, I was just another eccentric veteran or a tech burnout living in the shadow of the Space Needle. I liked the Space Needle. It looked like a giant pin holding the crust of the Earth to the sky. I spent hours staring at it, imagining the tension in the steel, wondering if the engineers knew they were actually anchoring the clouds. The crack didn't come from the sky. It came from the mail. There was no return address, just a smudge of charcoal on a manila envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It was overexposed, the edges bleeding into a sickly yellowish white, but the subject was unmistakable. It was a topographical survey marker, the brass kind we used to cement into the rock. But this one wasn't in the rock. It was embedded in the side of a rusted, crumpled door that looked like it belonged to a 1998 Chevy Silverado. My truck. The truck I'd watched tumble into the sky over the high Sierras. I turned the photo over. In the same frantic, graphite-smeared hand that had filled Miller's notebook, there was a single coordinate and a date. The date was 3 days away. The coordinates pointed to a stretch of the Olympic Peninsula, a place called the Hoh Rainforest, one of the wettest, densest, and most ancient pockets of growth in the lower 48. A place where the canopy is so thick that the ground hasn't seen direct sunlight in a century. I told myself I wouldn't go. I sat in my reinforced chair, clutching a glass of lukewarm bourbon, and told the shadows in the corner of the room that Miller was dead. I'd seen him go. I'd seen the way his spine curved as the vacuum took him. He was a satellite now, or a smear of frozen biological matter orbiting the exosphere. But then I looked at the photo again. The survey marker wasn't just stuck in the door. It had been driven through the steel as if it had been discarded from a great height, or dropped. If the truck had come back down, where was the rest of it? and who was taking pictures of the wreckage. I left at midnight. I didn't take the lead vest this time. I took something worse. I took my old surveying kit, the one I'd bought to replace the gear the sky had stolen. I took a barometer, a high-frequency microphone, and a flare gun. I drove a rented Jeep, something heavy and anonymous, feeling the familiar itch of the transition beginning to hum in the soles of my feet. The Hoh rainforest is a cathedral of moss and silence. As I hiked in from the upper Hoh Road, the world began to muffle. It's a different kind of quiet than the high Sierras. In the Sierras, the silence is thin, like a wire stretched until it's ready to snap. In the rainforest, the silence is heavy. It's the sound of 1,000,000 tons of decomposing organic matter drinking the mist. It feels safe until you realize that enough moss can hide the fact that the ground beneath you isn't ground at all. I reached the coordinates at dawn. The light was a bruised gray, filtered through Sitka spruces that stood like the legs of giants. The GPS pinged, a lonely digital heartbeat in the gloom. I was standing in a natural depression, a bowl-shaped clearing where the trees had grown in strange, stunted spirals. And there, in the center of the clearing, was the truck. It hadn't crashed, it hadn't tumbled. It looked as if it had been lowered by a crane. The frame was twisted, yes, and the glass was gone, but it sat upright on the forest floor, its tires buried deep in the ferns. The hood was open, the engine missing, leaving a hollow cavity that looked like a screaming mouth. I approached it with my barometer in hand. The needle was steady, 30.01 inches, normal, boring. "Miller," I whispered. The forest didn't swallow my voice this time. It echoed, bouncing off the damp trunks and returning to me, slightly distorted. I reached the truck and ran my hand over the door. The metal was freezing, colder than the ambient air. It felt like dry ice. I looked for the survey marker from the photo, but it was gone. In its place was a hole, the edges of the steel curled inward as if something had punched through from the outside. I climbed into the cab. The interior smelled of ozone and old cedar. On the passenger seat sat a small, portable tape recorder. It was an old Sony, the kind we used for field notes before everything went digital. I pressed play. At first, there was only the sound of wind, a high, shrieking whistle that didn't sound like any wind I'd ever heard on Earth. It sounded like the air being forced through a needle's eye. Then, a voice. "It's not a vacuum, Elias. I was wrong." It was Miller. His voice was clearer than it had been in the cave, but there was a rhythmic clicking underneath his words, a mechanical thrum, thrum, thrum that pulsed like a heart. "It's a tide," the recording continued. "We think of gravity as a constant, like the speed of light, but it's just a weather system. We've been living in a long, calm summer, but the seasons are changing. The tall ones, they aren't the anchors, they're the beachcombers. They wait for the tide to go out so they can see what the ocean left behind." A wet, slapping sound came from the tape, the sound of something heavy hitting a flat surface. "I'm not in the sky, Elias, I'm underneath. There's a second world pressed against ours, back to back, like 2 pages in a book. The throat is just where the glue has dried up, where the pages are peeling apart. I can see your boots. I'm looking up at the soles of your boots right now, and you're standing on a ceiling made of clouds." I froze. I didn't look down. I couldn't. "Don't look for me in the trees," the Miller on the tape said, his voice dropping to a jagged whisper. "Look for the places where the shadows don't match the sun. They're coming through, Elias, not because they want to, because the other side is full. The tide is coming in, and we're the ones who are going to be squeezed out." The tape ended with a sharp, metallic snap. I sat in the cab of my ruined truck, the silence of the rainforest pressing against the windows. My skin began to prickle. It wasn't the tug of upward gravity, not yet. It was a lateral pressure, a feeling of being crowded in an empty forest. I looked at the dashboard. A layer of fine, white dust had settled there. I touched it with my finger. It wasn't dust, it was salt. Sea salt. I stepped out of the truck, my heart hammering. The barometer in my hand suddenly jerked. The needle didn't spin, it snapped off the spindle. The air in the clearing began to shimmer. It was like the heat haze on a highway, but it was cold. The ferns at my feet didn't lift. They began to turn transparent. I could see the soil beneath them, then the roots, then the dark, dense rock of the tectonic plate. And then I saw through the rock. Miller was right. Beneath the layer of schist and granite, there wasn't a core of molten iron. There was a sky, a deep, inverted violet sky filled with stars that weren't stars. They were points of light that moved with a frantic, insectal intelligence. I saw the silhouettes of mountains that grew downward, their peaks pointing into an infinite abyss. And standing on one of those inverted peaks, looking up at me through the floor of the rainforest, was Miller. He looked like a ghost seen through thick glass. He was wearing his orange high-visibility vest, but it was stained black. He was standing perfectly still, his arms at his sides. Next to him stood one of the bone-faced things. It wasn't holding him prisoner. Its long, spindly arm was draped over his shoulder in a gesture that looked horribly like affection. Miller raised a hand. He pointed past me. I spun around. The trees at the edge of the clearing were no longer trees. The bark was peeling away in long, wet strips, revealing pale, pulsing meat underneath. The Sitka spruces were molting. They were shedding their wooden skins to reveal the things that had been nesting inside them, creatures of bone and tendon, hundreds of feet tall, their heads already lost in the low-hanging mist. The clicking began not from the air this time, but from the ground. A rhythmic, grinding sound like two tectonic plates rubbing together. Click, click, click. The clearing began to tilt, not up or down, but sideways. The truck began to slide, its tires screaming against the moss. I lunged for a tree, one that still felt like wood, and held on. Yes. The voice didn't come from the tape, it came from the ground. I looked down and saw Miller's face pressed against the transparent glass of the forest floor. His eyes were wide, pleading. "The anchor is breaking," he screamed, his voice muffled as if through a mile of water. "The whole shelf is going to flip. You have to find the hinge. Find the hinge or you'll be caught in the fold." The world blurred. The green of the moss and the gray of the mist swirled into a nauseating brown. I felt a sudden, violent weightlessness, but it was followed immediately by a crushing pressure that felt like being at the bottom of the ocean. My lungs burned. The smell of salt and old cedar became a physical weight in my throat. I saw the bone-faced thing near Miller reach out. It didn't point at the sky, it pointed at me. Then the ground beneath the truck simply ceased to be. The Chevy Silverado didn't fall into the sky. It fell into the earth. It vanished into the violet abyss below, shrinking until it was just a speck of metal in that inverted universe. I was hanging onto the root of a spruce, my body dangling over a hole that shouldn't exist. I looked into the violet sky below and saw the source Miller had mentioned. It wasn't a sun. It was a great eye, an atmospheric vortex the size of a continent, slowly turning in the depths of the lower world. It was a drain, and the tide was the sound of our reality being sucked into it. The root I was holding began to fray. The meat of the tree was slippery, cold, and smelled of copper. Jump! Elias Miller's voice was a roar now, vibrating through the very soles of my boots. If you stay in the fold, you'll be crushed when the pages close. Jump into the sky. It went against every instinct I had. Every year of surveying, every map I'd ever drawn, every law of physics I'd used to build my life told me to hold on, to stay on the side of the world that had sun and rain and dirt. But I looked at the trees around me, their bone-white bodies unfolding, their long fingers reaching down to harvest the things that were too afraid to let go. I saw the way they moved, slow, deliberate, like spiders tending a web. They weren't waiting for us to fall. They were waiting for us to stay. I looked at Miller standing in that violet light with his anchor beside him. He wasn't a victim. He was a pioneer. I let go. The sensation of falling was gone in an instant. As soon as my fingers left the root, the gravity flipped. I wasn't falling down anymore. I was falling up toward the violet sky. I soared past the transparent crust of the rainforest, past the screaming roots and the buried rocks. I passed through the glass with a sound like a muted drum. The air here was thick and sweet, tasting of jasmine and ozone. The wind didn't shriek, it sang. I looked back and saw the world I had left behind. It looked like a thin, tattered veil hanging in the darkness. I could see the rainforest, the cities, the oceans, all of it just a fragile skin stretched over the void. And I could see the bone-faced things, their long arms reaching through the veil, pulling bits of our world into theirs. I landed on a slope of soft, purple sand. It didn't hurt. The gravity here was gentle, a soft embrace that held me to the ground without bruising me. I stood up and brushed the salt from my clothes. The horizon was a jagged line of floating islands and inverted mountains. The great eye turned slowly in the zenith, casting a pale, flickering light over everything. "Welcome to the other side of the page," a voice said. I turned. Miller was standing there. He looked older, his hair white, his skin etched with the same broken red lines I'd seen in the cave, but his eyes were clear. He wasn't mad anymore. He was just finished. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice sounding strange and musical in the thick air. "We're in the wait," Miller said. "This is where the mass comes from. This is the anchor for everything you thought was real." He stepped aside, and I saw what lay beyond the dunes. It was a city, but not a city built by hands. It was a city of things that had fallen upward through the centuries. I saw Roman chariots, Victorian steamships, bits of crashed airplanes, and thousands of trees, all woven together into a massive, sprawling hive. And moving through the streets were the bone-faced things, and with them the people. They weren't slaves, they were walking with the creatures, talking in a language of clicks and hums. "The transition isn't an ending," Elias Miller said, looking up at the veil of our world. "It's a migration. The earth is exhaling, and we're the breath." I looked up at the ceiling of the world. I could see the Olympic Peninsula, a dark green smudge against the violet. I saw a tiny, flickering light, the flashlight of a hiker, perhaps, or a ranger looking for a missing surveyor. I felt a pang of grief, a sudden, sharp longing for the smell of wet pavement and the sound of a slot machine in Reno. But then I felt the weight of the air here, the way it supported my limbs, the way it filled my lungs without effort. I looked at my hands. They were starting to shimmer. The edges of my fingers were becoming translucent, the skin turning the color of the violet sky. It doesn't take long, Miller said softly. Once you stop fighting the pull, you become part of the tide. I looked at the bone-faced thing standing behind him. It stepped forward and offered me a hand. Its fingers were long, cool, and tipped with smooth, white bone. I thought about my basement apartment. I thought about the lead vests and the bolts in the floor. I thought about the life I'd spent trying to keep the world from moving. I reached out. As our fingers touched, the last of the downward gravity vanished. I wasn't a surveyor anymore. I wasn't a man of science or a man of fear. I was just a seed finally catching the wind. I turned away from the veil. I turned away from the heavy, dying world of the sun. Show me the rest of the map, I said. And together we walked into the violet light, leaving the snow to fall upward forever. The violet sand didn't crunch under my boots. It yielded like powdered silk, absorbing the sound of my footsteps until the only thing I could hear was the rhythmic, crystalline humming of the atmosphere itself. Miller walked beside me, his gait different now, looser, as if the very concept of weight had become a suggestion rather than a command. The bone-faced creature followed a few paces behind. It didn't walk so much as it drifted, its long, spindly limbs articulating with the terrifying grace of a saltwater crab moving through a current. I kept looking back at the sailing. From this vantage point, the Hoh rainforest was a dark, tangled bruise pressed against a translucent membrane. I could see the jeep I had rented. It looked like a toy trapped in amber, positioned precariously on a slope that, from my new perspective, was a sheer vertical cliff of dirt and moss. I saw a deer leap through the ferns, and for a second I saw the shimmer of its soul, a pale, flickering pilot light that pulsed in time with the great eye above us. Don't stare too long, Miller cautioned, his voice vibrating in my chest. The parallax will give you a migraine that lasts a decade. You're looking at the backside of time, Elias. It wasn't meant to be viewed from the cheap seats. How long have you been here, Miller? Truly. He stopped and looked at his hands. The skin was almost entirely violet now, the red cracks glowing with a soft, bioluminescent fervor. In your world, 6 months since the cave, here, I've watched the glaciers retreat from the valley you just left. I've seen the forests grow and burn a dozen times over. Time is thicker here. It pools in the low spots. He gestured toward the Hive City. Up close, it was a staggering architectural impossibility. I saw the rusted hull of a Spanish galleon fused into the limestone wing of a mid-century apartment complex. A forest of telephone poles grew horizontally out of a cliffside, their wires humming with a haunting, melodic frequency. It was a graveyard of things that had lost their grip on the world above, but here they had been repurposed. Nested within the hull of the ship were gardens of translucent fungi that glowed with the color of a bruised peach. The anchors, I whispered, pointing to a group of the bone-faced giants. They were standing in a circle near the edge of a floating plaza, their long fingers interlaced. You said they were beachcombers. What are they doing now? They're braiding the ley lines, Miller said. Gravity isn't just a force, Elias, it's a weave. Every once in a while a thread snaps, a truck falls up, a mountain loses its shadow. If they don't braid it back, the holes get bigger. Eventually, the 2 pages of the book don't just touch, they slide over one another. And when that happens, everything in the middle gets erased. We reached the edge of the city. A bridge made of solidified mist stretched across a chasm that seemed to drop into an even deeper shade of indigo. As I stepped onto it, I felt a momentary surge of vertigo. Below me, I could see clouds, real, white, fluffy clouds, but they were beneath my feet, drifting over a landscape of inverted oceans. A woman passed us. She was wearing a tattered flight suit from the 1940s, her goggles pushed up onto a forehead that was turning the color of amethyst. She nodded to Miller and then looked at me, her eyes twin pools of starlight. "New breath?" she asked. Her voice sounded like wind chimes in a storm. "Fresh from the hoe," Miller replied. She smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "The transition is hard on the inner ear. Drink the nectar from the bellflowers near the plaza. It helps the fluids settle." She drifted past, her feet barely touching the mist bridge. I watched her go, my mind struggling to reconcile the mundane nature of the interaction with the cosmic horror of our surroundings. "Is everyone here like us?" I asked. "Everyone here was a surveyor of some kind," Miller said. "Maybe not by trade, but by spirit. People who looked too closely at the horizon. People who felt the itch in their marrow when the barometer dropped. The tall ones don't take just anyone. They take the ones who are already halfway out the door." We entered a large, open rotunda. The walls were lined with shelves that stretched up into the hazy heights, and on those shelves were millions of objects. I saw a brass compass, a wedding ring, a shard of stained glass, a petrified pinecone. "The archive of lost mass," Miller explained. "Everything that falls up is recorded. Every object carries a piece of the down world's history. We study them to see where the veil is thinning." He led me to a central table where a massive map was laid out. It wasn't a flat map. It was a three-dimensional projection of the Earth, but it was inside out. I could see the continents lining the interior of a sphere, with the violet sky we were currently standing in occupying the center. "This is the hinge," Miller said, pointing to a flickering red dot on the coast of Washington. "The spot where you just crossed. It's failing, Elias. The pressure from the other side, the side we're on now, is becoming too great. The tide I talked about, it's not just water, it's reality itself. We're overflowing." The bone-faced creature that had been following us stepped up to the table. It made a series of rapid clicking sounds, its long fingers dancing over the projection. A new series of red dots appeared: New York, London, Tokyo, a remote stretch of the Gobi Desert. "It's starting," Miller whispered, the great exhale. "The world above is about to lose its ballast." "What happens to the people who stay?" I asked, my heart cold. "The ones who aren't surveyors." Miller looked up at the ceiling, at the faint, flickering lights of the world I had just left. "They'll feel the weight first. A heaviness in their bones. The air will feel like lead. And then when the flip happens, they'll be the ones crushed in the fold, unless we can stabilize the hinge." "How?" Miller looked at me, and for the first time I saw the fear he had been hiding behind his newfound zen. "The hinge needs a conscious anchor, someone who understands both sides of the page, someone who can stand in the gap and hold the tension." I said. "I tried," Miller said, gesturing to his glowing, translucent skin, "but I've been here too long. I've become part of the violet. I don't have enough down left in me to hold the line. But you still smell like rain and wet pavement. You still have the lead in your blood." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a survey marker, the same one from the photograph. But this one wasn't brass. It was carved from a material that looked like obsidian but felt like ice. You have to go back, Elias, not to your apartment, not to your reinforced bed. You have to go back to the throat in the Sierras. That's the primary hinge. If you can set this marker at the exact center of the transition, you can stitch the pages back together, for a while at least. Go back, I looked around at the violet sky, the singing wind, the gentle gravity. I looked at my hands, which were already beginning to lose their solidity. Miller, I just got here, I just stopped being afraid. If you don't go back, there won't be a here left to enjoy, Miller said. The two worlds will collide, and the archive will be the only thing left of either of us. The bone-faced creature leaned over me. Its face, which I had thought was a mask of bone, shifted. The plates of calcium slid apart to reveal a single, massive eye, not an eye of flesh, but a swirling vortex that matched the great eye in the sky. It didn't speak, but I felt its intent wash over me like a wave of cold water. The balance, the bridge, the surveyor. It's the only way, Elias, Miller said. The tall ones will help you. They'll carry you through the folds, but you have to be the one to drive the pin. A hand from the other side can't fix the door. I looked at the obsidian marker in Miller's hand. It felt like it weighed 100 pounds, even in this low gravity. It was a piece of the down world, refined and hardened by the pressures of the up. What happens to me if I do it? I asked, if I stand in the gap. Miller's silence was my answer. I took the marker. The moment my fingers closed around it, the violet world around me shuddered. The singing wind turned into a discordant shriek. My feet, which had felt so light, suddenly felt as though they were being pulled by 1,000 magnets. The transition is faster going back, Miller yelled over the rising roar of the atmosphere. Hold on to the weight, Elias. Don't let go of the lead. The bone-faced creature grabbed my shoulders. Its grip was like iron. It didn't lift me, it threw me. I didn't fall up this time, I fell through. The violet sky shattered like a sheet of glass. I was plunged into a kaleidoscope of screaming colors and crushing pressures. I saw the history of the earth unfolding in reverse, forests shrinking into seeds, mountains crumbling into flat plains, the oceans boiling away into mist. I felt my skin tearing, not from physical force, but from the sheer friction of reality reasserting itself. The salt in my pores burned like acid. The jasmine smell was replaced by the acrid stench of ozone and burning rubber. I hit the ground with a bone-shattering thud. The silence of the Hoh rainforest rushed back in, but it wasn't the heavy, safe silence from before. It was a jagged, broken silence. I was lying in the mud, the rain hammering against my back with a ferocity that felt like a physical assault. I coughed, spitting out a mouthful of violet sand and blood. I was back in the clearing. The truck was gone, not just moved, but erased. The ferns were no longer transparent. They were solid, green, and indifferent. I looked at my hand. The obsidian marker was still there, clutched in my white-knuckled grip. My skin was no longer violet, but the red cracks remained, glowing faintly beneath the surface like the embers of a dying fire. The barometer on the ground nearby was still broken, its needle lying in the dirt, but the air felt different. It felt like the moments before a massive earthquake, a tension so thick you could taste it. I stood up, my joints screaming in protest. The gravity of Earth felt like a cruel joke, a weight I was no longer sure I could carry. But I felt the marker in my hand, its coldness a steadying influence. I wasn't a tech burnout or an eccentric veteran anymore. I was a surveyor with a job to do. I began to walk not toward the road, but toward the east, toward the high Sierras, toward the throat. The tall ones were still there, I knew. They were in the trees, watching me with their bone faces hidden behind the bark. They weren't my enemies, and they weren't my friends. They were just the janitors of a collapsing universe, and I was the only tool they had left. As I reached the edge of the clearing, I heard a faint, rhythmic clicking coming from the canopy above. Click, click, click. I didn't look up, I didn't have to. I knew the tide was coming in, and I was the only one who knew how to swim. I hiked through the night, the weight of the marker keeping me tethered to the mud. Every step was a battle against the desire to simply let go and fall back into the violet. But I remembered Miller's eyes, the clear, finished look of a man who had seen the end of the map and realized there was nothing left to draw. I didn't want to be finished. I wanted to be the line. By dawn, I reached the rented Jeep. It was covered in a layer of fine, white salt. I climbed in, the familiar smell of old upholstery and stale coffee a grounding comfort. I put the obsidian marker on the passenger seat where the tape recorder had been. The recorder was gone, but there was a smudge of charcoal on the dashboard. I started the engine. The vibration of the machine felt like a heartbeat. I put the Jeep in gear and began the long drive toward the mountains, toward the place where the snow fell upward and the world began to peel. The radio didn't work. All I could get was static, a high, shrieking whistle that sounded like wind being forced through a needle's eye. I drove through the rain, my eyes fixed on the road, my hand resting on the cold, black stone. I knew that by the time I reached the Sierras, the transition would be well underway. I knew the tall ones would be waiting for me at the edge of the cave, their long arms reaching out to harvest the world. But I had the pin, and I knew where the hinge was. As I crossed the Columbia River, the sky began to turn a sickly, yellowish white, the color of the overexposed Polaroid. The water below the bridge didn't flow, it vibrated, the surface tension holding on by a thread. I pushed the accelerator down. The Jeep roared, a heavy, honest sound in a world that was losing its voice. I looked in the rearview mirror. For a split second, the reflection of the road behind me didn't show asphalt and trees. It showed a violet sky and a city made of ships. I didn't blink, I didn't turn away. I just kept driving, a surveyor in the dark, looking for the place where the map ended and the real work began. The highway began to warp before I even crossed the state line. It wasn't the dramatic, physics-shattering shift of the hoe. It was subtler, a malignant stretching of the mundane. The white dashed lines on the asphalt didn't seem to stay a fixed distance apart. One moment they were standard, rhythmic blips. The next, they elongated into ribbons of pale light that seemed to pull the Jeep forward with a predatory vacuum. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned the color of the salt on the dashboard. My skin felt tight, an ill-fitting suit of wet parchment. Every time I glanced at my reflection in the side mirror, I saw the red cracks beneath my jawline pulsing with a rhythmic violet glow. I wasn't just Elias anymore. I was a walking bruise on the face of the world, a localized pocket of up trying to navigate a down that was rapidly losing its conviction. The radio, which had been spitting white noise, suddenly found a signal. It wasn't music or news. It was a voice, flat, distorted, and layered with the sound of 1,000 glass bells shattering at once. Elevation 3004. Correction. Elevation is 0. All points 0. Please remain heavy if you feel the lightning. Tether yourselves to the foundations. The broadcast cut out, replaced by a low-frequency thrum that made the fillings in my teeth ache. I looked out the window. A gas station near Yakima was undergoing a silent, terrifying transformation. The large plastic sign, a bright yellow shell advertising cheap diesel, wasn't swaying in the wind. It was stretching upward, the plastic becoming translucent, reaching toward the clouds like taffy. The attendant was standing on the pavement, his boots weighted down by what looked like heavy industrial chains wrapped around his ankles. He was staring at the sky with an expression of profound, weary terror. He didn't look at me as I drove past. He was too busy trying to remain part of the earth. I reached the foothills of the Sierras by dusk. The sun didn't set so much as it dissolved, the light turning into a gritty amber haze that tasted of copper. The higher I climbed, the more the down world seemed to fray at the edges. Boulders the size of houses were hovering inches above the soil, vibrating with a repressed energy. The pine trees didn't point toward the sky. They spiraled, their needles shedding and drifting upward in slow, mesmerizing swarms. The obsidian marker on the passenger seat began to hum. It was a cold, resonant sound that vibrated through the upholstery and into my hip. It was waking up. The closer we got to the throat, the more the marker seemed to regain its true mass. The Jeep groaned under the sudden, impossible weight on the passenger side, the suspension hissing as it bottomed out. Almost there, I whispered, my voice sounding like gravel in a tin can. I turned off the main highway onto a logging road that hadn't been serviced since the 70s. The map Miller had given me, the one burned into my mind by the violet light, guided me with a magnetic pull. I didn't need eyes to see the path. I could feel the thinning of the veil. It felt like a cold draft against an open wound. The road ended at a sheer rock face, a wall of granite that looked solid but rippled like a curtain in a breeze. This was it, the entrance to the throat. I killed the engine. The silence that followed was absolute, a vacuum that sucked the breath from my lungs. I reached for the obsidian marker. It took every ounce of my strength to lift it. It felt as though I were trying to pick up a piece of the Earth's core. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the gravity of the Sierras tried to reject me. My feet didn't want to stay on the dirt. I felt a sickening tug at the base of my skull, a psychic hook pulling me toward the stars. I had to lean forward, using the weight of the marker as a literal anchor to keep from drifting away. The tall ones were waiting. They emerged from the shadows of the granite wall, their bone-white faces shimmering in the dying amber light. There were 6 of them, standing in a semicircle. They didn't move to stop me. They simply watched, their long, spindly fingers twitching in a complex, silent language. "I'm here," I said, the words heavy as lead. "I have the pin." One of the creatures stepped forward. It was taller than the others, its ribcage visible through skin that looked like spun glass. It pointed a long, tapering finger toward the rock face. The granite didn't part, it simply became transparent, revealing a jagged, vertical fissure that glowed with a fierce, oscillating violet light. The throat. I walked toward the fissure, each step a calculated battle against the rising tide of up. The air inside the cave was freezing, smelling of ancient ice and ozone. The walls were lined with the same hive-like structures I had seen in the Violet City, but here they were dormant, encrusted with the grime and moss of the down world. The deeper I went, the more the geometry of the cave failed. Up became left, down became a memory. I was crawling along a ledge that felt like a ceiling, looking down into a pit that was actually the sky. The obsidian marker was glowing now, a dark, hungry light that seemed to drink the violet radiance of the throat. In the center of the cavern stood a pedestal of raw, unworked basalt. It sat at the exact intersection of three shimmering ley lines, ribbons of pure energy that pulsed with the heartbeat of the two worlds. This was the hinge. I could see the down world through the ley lines, the forests, the cities, the billions of people oblivious to the fact that the floor was about to become the ceiling. And I could see the upworld, the violet sands, the archive of lost mass, Miller standing by the map, waiting. I reached the pedestal. The pressure was immense. It felt like standing at the bottom of the ocean while a hurricane raged overhead. My skin was peeling back in glowing strips, the violet light beneath finally breaking through the shell of my humanity. I wasn't Elias the surveyor anymore. I was a fraying stitch in the fabric of existence. I raised the obsidian marker. For the breath, I whispered, repeating Miller's words. As I prepared to drive the marker into the basalt, a hand caught my wrist. It wasn't the cool, bone-tipped finger of a tall one. It was a human hand, warm, trembling, and covered in the grease of a machine shop. I turned my head, my neck clicking with the efforts. Standing beside me was a man I didn't recognize, yet his face was hauntingly familiar. He was wearing a tattered orange vest and a hard hat with a cracked lamp. He looked like a surveyor from another era, his eyes wide with a frantic, desperate lucidity. "Don't," he hissed. His voice was a ragged whisper. "If you set the pin, you trap us." "I'm saving the world," I said, my voice vibrating with the power of the marker. "Which one?" the man asked, his grip tightening. "The heavy one, the one that's dying, the one that's been exhaling us for 10,000 years. Look at yourself, Elias. You don't belong down there anymore. None of us do." I looked at my arm. It was almost entirely translucent. I could see the obsidian marker through my own palm. I was becoming the very thing I was trying to anchor. "Miller said," he said the 2 pages would slide. I stammered. "He said everything in the middle would be erased." "Miller is a librarian," the man spat. "He wants to preserve the books. But we aren't the ink, Elias. We're the readers. If the pages slide, we don't vanish. We just move to the next chapter." He pointed toward the violet light of the throat. Beyond the ley lines, I saw something Miller hadn't shown me. I saw more than just the archive. I saw a vast, unending expanse of worlds stacked like layers of an onion, each one lighter and more vibrant than the last. The up wasn't just one place. It was a ladder. "The tall ones aren't janitors," the man said, his eyes glowing with a sudden, fierce starlight. "They're shepherds. They've been waiting for the exhale. They've been waiting for us to stop fighting the pull." The obsidian marker in my hand grew cold, colder than the void. It began to pulse with a dark, rhythmic thud like a funeral drum. It wasn't a tool of salvation. It was a lock, a deadbolt designed to keep the down world heavy and the up world distant. The tall ones moved closer, their clicking sounds rising in volume until it sounded like a field of cicadas. They weren't threatening the man, they were waiting for me. "The choice isn't between life and death," the man said, letting go of my wrist. "It's between the anchor and the wind. If you drive that pin, you save the heavy world for another 1,000 years, but you'll be the one holding the door shut. You'll be the hinge, You'll never see the violet again. You'll just be a stone in the dark. I looked at the marker. I looked at the basalt pedestal. I thought about my basement apartment. I thought about the lead vests and the bolts in the floor. I thought about the smell of rain on wet pavement and the sound of a slot machine in Reno. Those things were beautiful, but they were heavy. They were the weight that had been crushing me my entire life. Then I thought about the violet sand that felt like silk. I thought about the woman in the flight suit and the way her voice sounded like chimes. I thought about the great eye in the sky and the feeling of finally, truly being able to breathe. The hinge began to scream. The ley lines were fraying, the violet light spilling out into the cavern like an arterial spray. The down world was beginning to tilt. I could feel the jeep outside sliding toward the sky. Elias Miller's voice echoed through the throat, coming from the marker itself. Set the pin, the archive is breaking, the history is being lost. Let it be lost, I whispered. I didn't drive the marker into the basalt. I turned toward the deepest part of the violet light, the core of the throat where the up was strongest. I felt the last of my downward gravity dissolve. My boots left the ledge. The obsidian marker, no longer tethered by my will, fell. It didn't hit the ground. It fell upward, tumbling into the dark recesses of the cave, a useless relic of a heavy world. I reached out, and this time it wasn't a tall one who took my hand. It was the man in the orange vest. Together, we didn't walk, we drifted. The roar of the collapsing hinge faded behind us. The crushing pressure of the down world vanished, replaced by a lightness so profound it felt like joy. My skin stopped cracking. The red glow smoothed out into a steady, radiant violet. I looked back one last time. I saw the down world through the fading veil. It looked like a beautiful blue marble, but it was shrinking, becoming a distant, heavy memory. I saw the snow in the Hoh rainforest. It wasn't falling upward anymore. It was just floating, suspended in a moment of perfect, weightless transition. Where are we going? I asked. The man in the orange vest looked up, toward the layers of light that stretched beyond the violet. Further, he said, the map doesn't end here, Elias. It only gets better. We rose through the throat, passing the tall ones who stood like silent sentinels at the border of the worlds. They bowed as we passed, their bone faces shifting into expressions that might have been smiles. I wasn't a surveyor of the earth anymore. I was a surveyor of the infinite. The violet sky opened up to receive us, and for the first time in my life, I didn't worry about the ground. I didn't worry about the weight. I just let the wind take me, a seed finally finding the sun. The snow fell upward, and I fell with it into the light. The sensation of rising was not like flight, it was like being forgiven. The crushing density of my own bones, the leaden history of every mistake I'd ever made, and the literal weight of the atmosphere simply ceased to matter. I was a cork bobbing toward the surface of a dark, deep ocean, and the surface was made of violet silk and the smell of ozone. Beside me, the man in the orange vest, the surveyor who had come before me, or perhaps the one I was always meant to become, didn't look back. His eyes were fixed on the gradient of the sky, which was shifting from the bruised purple of the archive into a searing, brilliant gold that felt like a physical warmth against my translucent skin. Look, he whispered, and his voice didn't travel through the air. It resonated directly in the marrow of my teeth. Below us, the Sierra Nevada range was no longer a jagged spine of granite. It was a shedding skin. I saw the great hinge, the fissure in the earth, begin to pulse with a final rhythmic contraction. Without the obsidian marker to lock it into place, the down world was finally exhaling. Huge swaths of the forest were simply lifting off, the pine trees trailing long, umbilical roots of silver light as they drifted upward. I saw the Jeep, my rented lifeline to a life of coffee and asphalt, tumbling through the air like a discarded toy, its headlights still cutting twin yellow arcs through the shimmering haze. It looked beautiful in its obsolescence. The higher we rose, the more the geography of the transition revealed itself. We weren't just leaving a planet, we were exiting a frequency. The down world was a low, guttural hum, a vibration of survival and gravity. The up was a symphony of mathematics and light. As we cleared the upper atmosphere of the heavy world, the sky didn't turn black. It turned into a kaleidoscope of overlapping realities. I saw the city of ships again, but it wasn't a ruin. From this vantage point, I could see the sails, vast, shimmering membranes of solar wind, catching the light of suns that had never been recorded in any human star chart. They were moving in a grand, slow migration, a fleet of civilizations that had long ago learned how to ride the exhale. Miller will be angry, I said, the thought of the librarian flickering through me like a dying spark. The man in the vest laughed, a sound like a handful of coins hitting a marble floor. Miller is a collector of shadows, Elias. He thinks the map is the territory. He thinks that if the ink stays still, the world stays safe. But the world was never meant to be safe. It was meant to be lived. We hit a layer of clouds that weren't made of water vapor. They were made of memory. As I drifted through them, I saw flashes of the hoe, the moss, the rain, the smell of damp cedar, but they were disconnected from the pain of my time there. I saw my father's face, not as the stern man who had died disappointed, but as a young boy looking at the moon with a sense of wonder he had eventually forgotten to protect. I saw the tall ones again, but they weren't standing in the shadows. They were soaring alongside us now, their long limbs acting as rudders in the thinning air. They weren't janitors. They were the wind tossers, the beings that ensured the transition didn't tear the travelers apart. One of them drifted close to me. Its face, which had seemed like bone in the dim light of the woods, was actually a complex lattice of iridescent shell. It reached out a long, tapering finger and touched the glowing cracks beneath my jaw. The pain that had defined my last few days vanished instantly, replaced by a cool, humming stability. I wasn't falling apart anymore. I was being recalibrated. "The archive is behind us," the man said, pointing. I looked back and saw the violet city of ships receding into a vast, swirling nebula of lilac dust. It looked like a giant eye closing for a long overdue sleep. Miller was down there, somewhere, clutching his ledgers and his heavy stones, trying to catalog the end of an era while the era simply floated away from him. I felt a momentary pang of pity, but it was quickly washed away by the sheer velocity of our ascent. We were moving faster now. The gold in the sky was deepening into a rich, honeyed amber. The air, if you could call it air, tasted of peppermint and ancient sunlight. "Where does the ladder end?" I asked. "It doesn't," the man replied. "That's the secret they didn't want the surveyors to find. The heavy world thinks in terms of beginnings and endings because gravity demands a floor and a ceiling. But up here, there's only the further. Each layer is a new breath. Each layer is a new way to be light." I looked at my hands. They were no longer flesh and blood. They were composed of the same shimmering, translucent substance as the tall ones, but with a core of soft, blue light that pulsed in time with the universe's heartbeat. I realized then that the sickness I'd felt back in the woods, the peeling skin, the glowing cracks, wasn't a disease. It was a molting. The heavy world had been a shell, and I had finally cracked it open. Suddenly, the amber sky shattered into a million points of light. We had passed through another membrane. The world we emerged into was impossible. There were no continents, no oceans, no horizons. Instead, there were floating islands of crystalline vegetation, suspended in a sea of glowing gas. Great rivers of liquid light flowed through the air, connecting the islands like glowing capillaries. Creatures that looked like glass whales breached the surface of the gas clouds, singing songs that vibrated through my very essence. This wasn't the archive, this wasn't the throat. This is the third exhale, the man in the vest explained. The place where the surveyors come when they realize the map is infinite. We drifted toward one of the islands. It was covered in trees that looked like frozen lightning, their branches dripping with glowing fruit. As my feet, or what remained of them, touched the surface, I didn't feel the jar of impact. I felt a soft, welcoming integration. The ground here wasn't something to be fought, it was something to be part of. I turned to the man, but he was already changing. His orange vest was dissolving into a cloak of woven starlight. His hard hat was gone, replaced by a crown of soft, white flame. He looked at me with eyes that held the history of 1,000 worlds. "You have a choice now, Elias," he said. "You can stay here and learn the language of the light, or you can keep going. There are layers above this one that even I haven't seen. The up goes on forever." I looked back toward the direction we had come. The heavy world was gone, a tiny, dark speck in a sea of brilliance. I thought about the snow falling upward in the hoe. I thought about the silence of the forest and the weight of the marker. I looked at the crystalline trees and the glass whales. I felt the lightness in my chest, a space where my heart used to be, now filled with the hum of the infinite. "I'm a surveyor," I said, a smile spreading across a face that was no longer tired. "I think I'd like to see what's on the next page." The man nodded, his expression one of profound pride. "Then don't stop. The wind is always blowing up, Elias. All you have to do is let go." He stepped back and merged into the light of the island, becoming a part of the landscape he had reached. I stood alone for a moment, feeling the gentle tug of the next layer. The air above me was beginning to turn a deep, royal blue, sparkling with the promise of even greater heights. I took a breath, a real breath, deep and easy, and pushed off. I didn't need a jeep, I didn't need a map, I didn't need a marker to hold me down. I rose. The third exhale faded beneath me, becoming another beautiful memory in the long chain of my ascent. I passed through clouds of singing diamonds and over mountains made of pure thought. I saw civilizations that lived in the spaces between heartbeats, and I saw the birth of stars that would eventually provide the gravity for new, heavy worlds yet to be born. The higher I went, the more I understood. The snow that fell upward wasn't a glitch in the system, it was an invitation. It was the universe reminding us that we were never meant to be anchored. We were meant to be the transition. I reached the border of the blue sky. The pressure of the next layer was a welcoming embrace, a new frequency to tune into. I felt my form stretch and shift again, becoming even less substantial, even more radiant. I looked up and I saw it. The great eye wasn't a celestial body, it was a gateway, a massive, swirling vortex of pure white light that sat at the very top of the ladder. It was the source of the exhale, the lungs of the multiverse, and it was beautiful. I didn't hesitate. I didn't look back at the violet or the amber or the blue. I flew toward the white. As I entered the vortex, the last of my identity, the name Elias, the memory of the Sierras, the feel of the obsidian stone, dissolved into a single perfect note of music. I wasn't a man. I wasn't a surveyor. I was a point of light returning to the sun. And in that final moment of transition, I realized the truth. The snow doesn't fall upward because the world is breaking. It falls upward because it's finally going home. And so was I. The white light consumed me not as a fire consumes wood, but as the ocean consumes a drop of rain. There was no more up, there was no more down, there was only the is. I closed my eyes, though I no longer had eyes to close, and I let the infinite carry me away. The map was finished, the real work had finally begun. The white was not a void, it was a density of information so thick that my human senses, even in their refined, translucent state, initially interpreted it as a blank slate. It felt like standing inside a diamond while the sun rose through its facets. There was no temperature, only an equilibrium that made the very concept of cold or warm seem like a primitive dialect. I felt the last vestiges of Elias, the weight of my name, the shape of my grief, the specific geometry of my fear peel away like wet paper. What remained was a core of observation, a pilot light that didn't need fuel. I expected a destination. I expected a floor to stand on or a throne to approach, but the up didn't work like the down. In the heavy world, you arrived at a place and you occupied it. Here, you became the place. I drifted through a lattice of what I can only describe as living history. It wasn't the archive I had seen with Miller, that dusty, stagnant library of what had been. This was the loom. I saw the silver threads of potentiality stretching out in every direction, vibrating with the force of choices not yet made. I saw the Hoh rainforest not as a physical location in Washington state, but as a green pulse of intent, a specific thought held by the earth. I saw the down world from the inside out, seeing the gravity not as a force of nature, but as a collective tension, a clenched fist that was finally, slowly, beginning to relax. The tall ones were here too, but they were no longer spindly shadows. In the white light, they were magnificent crystalline structures that spanned leagues. They weren't walking, they were vibrating, their movements creating the very harmonics that allowed the upward flow to continue. They were the architects of the exhale. One of them, a being whose head was a rotating galaxy of geometric light, paused as I drifted past. It didn't speak, but a realization blossomed in my mind. The surveyor has arrived with the report. I realized then that I wasn't just a passenger. The man in the orange vest hadn't just been leading me to safety, he had been passing me a torch. My journey through the layers, the violet sands, the amber clouds, the singing glass hadn't just been an escape. It had been a data collection. I carried within my new radiant marrow the specific weight of the world I had left behind. I was the bridge. I was the sensory organ the up used to understand the down. The white light began to shift, curdling into shapes that felt familiar yet impossible. I saw a city built of mathematics, where the buildings were equations and the streets were the solutions. I saw oceans of pure thought where ideas swam like bioluminescent fish. And through it all, the snow continued to fall upward, except here, it wasn't snow. They were sparks of consciousness, thousands of them, rising from a million different heavy worlds, each one a seed seeking the sun. I felt a sudden, sharp tug. It wasn't the pull of gravity, but the pull of a question. What happens to the ones who stay? The thought of Miller flashed through me. I saw him in my mind's eye, still standing in that dark, subterranean archive, surrounded by the weight of dead trees and ink. He was terrified of the slide. He was terrified that if the pages moved, the story would end. He didn't understand that the story was the paper itself, not the marks scratched upon it. I reached out with a limb that was made of intention. I didn't want to go back. I couldn't go back, for there was no down left in me, but I wanted to signal. I wanted to tell them that the exhale wasn't a death, it was a birth. As I focused on that intent, the white light around me crystallized into a lens. I saw the heavy world again, but it was distant, like looking through the wrong end of a telescope. I saw the rainforest, the mist, the tilting trees. I saw the obsidian marker I had dropped. It hadn't hit the ground, it was suspended in the air, a black hole in the middle of a violet riot. It was a knot in the fabric of the world, a stubborn piece of down that refused to let go. I understood then what my first task as a surveyor of the infinite would be. I wasn't just here to watch, I was here to untie the knots. I focused my will on the marker. I didn't use hands, I used the frequency of the white light. I hummed a note that was the exact opposite of the marker's funeral drum. I sang a song of lightness, of evaporation, of the smell of rain before it hits the dust. In the distant down world, the obsidian marker began to glow. It didn't shatter, it dissolved. It turned into a swarm of black butterflies that immediately caught the upward draft and began their own ascent. The knot was untied. The hinge, no longer strained by the anchor, swung wide. The roar that followed was felt across every layer of the onion. It was the sound of a billion lungs finally taking a full breath. Below me, the heavy world didn't vanish. It transformed. The blue marble didn't shrink, it unfolded. Like a piece of origami being flattened out, the dimensions of the earth began to expand. The mountains didn't just stand, they reached. The oceans didn't just sit, they flowed into the sky. The down was no longer a prison of gravity, it was becoming a garden of the up. I felt a presence beside me. It was the woman in the flight suit. She wasn't wearing the suit anymore. She was draped in the same iridescent shell matter as the tall ones, her hair a mane of solar flares. She looked at me, and her eyes were the color of the first dawn. "You did well, Elias," she said, her voice a harmony of chimes. Most surveyors try to bring the weight with them. They try to map the new world using the old tools, but you let the marker fall. "It was too heavy," I said, and the words felt like jewels falling from my mouth. I didn't want to be the hinge anymore. "No one is meant to be a hinge," she replied. "We are meant to be the door." She pointed toward the center of the white vortex, the great eye that was the source of all things. The first exhales are always the hardest. The worlds cling to what they know. They fear the lightness because they think it's emptiness. But look. I looked into the heart of the light. I saw that it wasn't just a gateway. It was a mirror. In its depths, I saw every version of myself that had ever existed. I saw the Elias who had stayed in the basement, the Elias who had died in the snow, the Elias who had become a librarian like Miller. And I saw that they were all part of the same upward movement. None of them were lost. They were just different verses of the same song. "The tall ones are moving to the next sector," the woman said, her form beginning to drift toward the vortex. "There are other worlds still holding their breath. Other surveyors who are lost in the woods, clutching their lead vests and waiting for the sky to fall. Will you come?" I looked at the infinite ladder of light stretching above us. I looked at the unfolding earth below, now a shimmering tapestry of violet and gold. I felt the joy of the exhale pulsing through me, a rhythmic, eternal yes. "Where do we start?" I asked. At the beginning, she said, laughing, which is also the end. We start where the snow falls upward. I turned away from the memory of the heavy world. I turned toward the white, toward the great eye, toward the further. My movement was no longer a drift, it was a surge. I was a part of the wind now, a part of the light, a part of the grand, unending exhale of the universe. The archive was gone, the map was irrelevant, the surveyor had become the survey. I plunged into the center of the vortex. The white light didn't blind me, it opened me. I felt myself expanding, stretching across the layers, reaching into the down and pulling with the gentle strength of the up. I was the current. I was the tide. As I passed through the threshold of the great eye, I heard a sound. It was faint, distant, but unmistakable. It was the sound of a slot machine in Reno, the clatter of coins hitting the tray. But it wasn't a sound of greed or heavy metal. It was a sound of celebration. It was the sound of a world finally hitting the jackpot. The snow fell upward and I was the snow. I was the sky, I was the breath. I was finally truly weightless. The white was not a destination, but a dissolution of the very idea of distance. In the heavy world, to move from one point to another required the overcoming of friction, the burning of fuel, the rhythmic protest of muscles against the earth's stubborn pull. Here, intent was the engine. To think of a place was to already be vibrating at its frequency. I felt the woman's presence beside me, not as a physical body, but as a harmonic resonance that complemented my own. We were no longer Elias and the pilot. We were two notes in a chord that was being played by the universe itself. Around us, the great eye pulsed with a slow, rhythmic radiance that felt like the dilation of a colossal pupil. "Look down one last time," she whispered, though the sound came from within my own thoughts. "Not with your eyes, but with your memory." I turned the focus of my essence toward the receding layers. The third exhale, with its glass whales and lightning trees, was a shimmering disk of amber. Below it, the archive was a violet smudge, a thumbprint of bruised light. And below that, the heavy world was a dark, dense coal, but it was no longer a solid sphere, it was cracking. From this height, the fissures in the Earth's reality looked like golden veins in a marble. The upward pressure was finally winning. The gravity that had held the oceans in their basins and the mountains in their roots was failing, not out of weakness, but because the Earth itself was tired of holding its breath. I saw the forests of the Ho. From here, they were a mossy green carpet that was beginning to fray at the edges. The trees weren't falling over, they were untethering. Their roots, once anchored in the damp, black soil, were lifting, shaking off the dirt like dogs shaking off water. They drifted upward into the mist, their branches entwining with the clouds. "It's beautiful," I thought, and the thought rippled through the white light like a stone dropped in a translucent pond. "It is the great unclenching," she replied. "Every world has its season of wait, a time to gather, to settle, to compact. But eventually the density becomes a burden. The story becomes too heavy for the page to hold. That is when the snow begins to fall upward. That is when the surveyors are called." As we ascended further into the white, the architecture of the infinite began to reveal itself. It wasn't a void. It was a scaffolding of pure geometry. Great ribbons of iridescent light stretched across the expanse, acting as highways for the souls and shadows that had finally broken free of their anchors. I saw things that defied the logic of the lower dimensions. Spheres that were inside out, colors that tasted like copper and ozone, and silences that were louder than any storm. We passed a group of tall ones. Up here, they didn't need limbs to act as rudders. They were shaped like cathedral spires made of liquid diamond. They were singing a low, subsonic thrum that kept the layers from collapsing into one another. They were the stabilizers, the ones who ensured the transition remained a grace and not a catastrophe. "Where are they taking the world?" I asked. "They aren't taking it anywhere," the woman said. "They are simply holding the door open while it moves itself. The universe isn't a place, Elias, it's a direction, and the direction has always been further." Suddenly, the white light around us began to grain. It was as if the resolution of reality was being turned up to an impossible degree. I could see the individual atoms of thought, the tiny, spinning topographies of every dream ever dreamt in the heavy world. They were all rising, a blizzard of sparks. I saw a spark that tasted of old paper and anxiety. Miller. He was there, far below, still clinging to a shelf in the archive, but the shelf was no longer attached to a wall. He was floating in the violet haze, his fingers white-knuckled around a ledger. He looked small, a frantic ink blot in a sea of watercolor. "He's afraid," I said, feeling a surge of that old human pity. "Fear is just the sensation of the shell cracking," she said. "He thinks he is falling because he still believes in down. He hasn't realized yet that there is no floor to hit." I reached out, not with a hand, but with a beam of my own newfound radiance. I touched the edge of Miller's fear, not to pull him up, for he had to choose his own buoyancy, but to show him the horizon. I sent him the memory of the peppermint air and the song of the glass whales. I sent him the feeling of the obsidian marker dissolving into butterflies. In the depths of the violet archive, I saw the man in the spectacles pause. His grip on the ledger loosened. He looked up, his eyes reflecting the amber light of the layer above him. For the first time, he wasn't looking at the past. He was looking at the possibility. He let go of the book. It didn't fall. It drifted away, its pages fluttering like the wings of a pale bird. Miller began to rise slowly at first, his heavy stones of catalogued grief falling away like ballast from a balloon. "He'll make it," I whispered. "They all do eventually," she said. "The up is patient." We reached the inner sanctum of the great eye. Here, the white light was so intense that it became a solid sensation, a pressure of pure joy against my essence. This was the source of the exhale, the point where the breath of the multiverse was renewed. In the center of the eye sat a figure. It wasn't a god, nor was it a machine. It was a surveyor, perhaps the first one, or perhaps the sum of all who had come before. He sat at a desk made of starlight, but he wasn't writing. He was erasing. He was taking the maps of the heavy worlds, the borders, the maps, the property lines, the rigid definitions of what was mine and what was yours, and he was gently rubbing them out, leaving only the clean, white potential of the paper. He looked up as we approached. His face was a shifting mosaic of every person I had ever loved, every stranger I had ever passed on a rainy street, and the face I used to see in the mirror back in the Sierras. "Report," he said. The word didn't vibrate in the air. It vibrated in my soul. I didn't reach for a clipboard. I simply opened my heart. I gave him the smell of the damp earth in the hoe. I gave him the sound of the wind through the Sitka spruces. I gave him the weight of the obsidian marker and the terror of the peeling skin. I gave him the silence of the woods and the desperate, beautiful hope of the people who were still waiting for the snow to fall. The surveyor closed his eyes, absorbing the data. He nodded slowly, a smile of profound satisfaction spreading across his kaleidoscopic features. "The harvest is good," he said. "The heavy world has produced a fine crop of light this cycle. The transition is 98% complete." What about the other 2%? I asked. The stubborn ones, he said with a hint of a chuckle. The ones who have buried themselves so deep in the down that they think the darkness is the only truth. But don't worry, the tide is coming for them too. Even the deepest cave eventually fills with the sea. He stood up, and as he did, the desk of starlight dissolved. The great eye began to spin faster, the white light turning into a vortex of pure, creative energy. Your apprenticeship is over, Elias, the surveyor said. You have seen the layers, you have felt the exhale, you have let go of your markers. Now you must choose your station. My station. The up is infinite, but it is not empty, he explained. Some choose to be wind tossers, helping the new arrivals find their balance. Some choose to be singers, maintaining the harmonics of the layers. Some choose to be architects, dreaming up the geometries of the next exhale. And some choose to go back to the border. I looked at the woman in the flight suit. She was already fading into the brilliance, her task of guiding me complete. She gave me a final, radiant nod before merging with the singing spires of the tall ones. I looked back down toward the heavy world. It was almost gone now, a mere shadow at the bottom of a well of light, but I could still feel the echoes of the people there. I could feel the surveyors who were still lost in the woods, clutching their broken compasses and wondering why the stars were moving. I could feel the children who were looking at the snow falling upward and laughing while their parents wept in terror. I remembered the man in the orange vest. I remembered how he had waited for me at the edge of the violet sands, his hard hat tilted back, his eyes full of a quiet, weary patience. He hadn't been a god, he had been a worker, he had been a bridge. I want to go to the border, I said. The surveyor nodded as if he had expected nothing less. The border watchers. It is a lonely post, Elias. You will stand in the places where the weight is heaviest. You will be the first thing the lost ones see when their world begins to tilt. You will have to listen to their screams and their prayers, and you will have to hold your hand out, even when they try to bite it. I know, I said. I've been on the other side of that hand. Then go, the surveyor said, waving a hand toward the periphery of the great eye. The hinge is open, but the door still needs a guide. The transition was instantaneous. I didn't fall, I simply adjusted my frequency. I found myself standing on a ridge. It wasn't a ridge of rock, but a ridge of probability. To my left was the blinding, beautiful white of the great eye. To my right was a thick, roiling wall of gray fog. This was the membrane. This was the place where the up met the down. I looked into the fog. It was heavy. It smelled of coal smoke, old blood, and damp wool. I could hear the sounds of a world in distress, the grinding of gears, the shouting of orders, the weeping of those who thought the end had come. I reached into the fog. My hand, now a translucent limb of blue-white light, disappeared into the murk. I felt something. It was cold, hard, and jagged. I pulled. Slowly, a shape emerged from the gray. It was a man. He was dressed in the heavy, tattered clothes of a soldier from a war that had ended a century ago. He was clutching a rusted rifle, his eyes wide with a frantic animal terror. He was gasping for air, but the air in the fog was too thick for him to breathe. He saw me and he screamed. He tried to pull away, back into the familiar misery of the gray. "It's all right," I said, and my voice was the sound of the wind through the trees. "The wait is over. You don't need the gun anymore." "The ground," he shrieked. "The ground is gone." "No," I said, stepping closer, letting my radiance illuminate the space around him. The ground didn't leave you. You left the ground. Look up. He hesitated, his gaze flickering between my glowing face and the terrifying white expanse behind me. He looked up. He saw the first layer, the violet sky, the drifting ships of the archive. He saw a single flake of snow drift past his nose, moving toward the stars. He looked back at me, his grip on the rifle loosening. Is it the end?" he whispered. "No," I said, reaching out and taking the heavy, rusted metal from his hands. I let it go, and it vanished into the fog, falling toward a down that no longer existed. It's the exhale. I took his hand. It was cold and calloused, but as our fingers met, the blue light of my essence began to flow into him. The gray soot on his skin began to peel away, revealing a shimmering, iridescent lattice beneath. The heavy wool of his coat began to dissolve into starlight. "Come," I said, "there's a lot to see, and the ladder doesn't have an end." We stepped out of the fog and into the violet. I watched as he took his first real breath, his chest expanding with the peppermint air. I watched as his terror turned to wonder and his wonder turned to weightlessness. I stayed there at the border, at the edge of the great eye, watching the fog. I saw more shapes moving in the murk, more lost surveyors, more tired soldiers, more frightened librarians. I felt the tug of the infinite behind me, the call of the further that promised even greater heights, even purer lights. But I didn't move. I was a surveyor of the border. I was the hinge that didn't hold back but swung wide. I waited for the next hand to emerge from the gray. I waited for the next soul to realize that the sky wasn't falling, it was rising. And as I stood there, a single flake of snow drifted up from the fog and settled on my translucent palm. It didn't melt, it glowed. It was a message from the heavy world, a final thank you from the earth that was finally letting go. I blew on the spark, sending it spiraling up toward the amber and the blue, toward the heart of the great eye. The snow fell upward, the world was light, and I was exactly where I was meant to be. The soldier I had helped was now a mere streak of luminescence, a vanishing comet tail in the violet expanse of the archive layer. I watched him go, feeling the phantom weight of his rusted rifle still imprinted on my memory like a bruise that was finally fading. The border was not a line, it was a conversation. It was a constant, shimmering dialogue between the density of what had been and the clarity of what was becoming. I turned back to the fog. From this vantage point, the heavy world looked like a great storm-tossed sea of gray wool, heaving with the collective sighs of billions who still believed in the primacy of lead and stone. I could feel the friction of their lives, the grinding of teeth, the clenching of fists, the desperate anchoring of souls to objects that were already beginning to fray at the atomic level. To them, the world was ending. To me, it was simply shedding a skin that had grown too tight. A new vibration shivered through the membrane. It wasn't the sharp, jagged fear of the soldier. This was a heavy, rhythmic thrumming like a heartbeat slowed by exhaustion. I reached into the murk, my essence stretching like a searchlight through a thicket. My fingers, if they could still be called that, brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled. A woman emerged. She was hunched over, her spine curved by decades of labor. She wore a heavy, grease-stained apron, and her pockets were weighted down with iron wrenches and brass bolts. She was clutching a massive, ornate clock, its gears jammed with the grit of 1,000 Tuesdays. She wasn't screaming. She was simply staring at the clock face with a look of profound, quiet despair. "It stopped," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves skittering over pavement. "I spent my whole life keeping the rhythm. I oiled the springs. I polished the glass, and now the rhythm is gone. The rhythm isn't gone, I said, my voice resonating with the amber warmth of the third exhale. It just changed key. You don't need to keep time anymore. Time is no longer a cage. She looked up at me, her eyes clouded with the cataracts of a world that demanded constant vigilance. She saw the violet sky, the glass whales breaching the clouds of the layer above, and the iridescent scaffolding of the great eye. She looked down at the clock in her arms. It was a beautiful thing, a masterpiece of human ingenuity, but here, in the presence of the infinite, it looked like a tombstone. If I let it go, she whispered, who am I? I am the one who keeps the clock. You are the one who hears the pulse, I corrected. The clock was just a translator. You don't need the machine to hear the heart of the universe. I reached out and touched the brass casing of the clock. Under my touch, the metal didn't melt, it simply became transparent. The gears within slowed, then stopped, then began to turn backward. The spring uncoiled, releasing a century of tension in a single musical chime. The clock began to float, drifting out of her arms. She reached for it instinctively, then stopped. She watched as the instrument of her burden rose into the white, its parts separating into a constellation of spinning gold. She looked at her hands. They were trembling, but as the gray soot of the heavy world fell away, they began to glow with a soft, rose-colored light. The grease on her apron turned into a fine, silver mist. It's so light, she said, her voice rising in pitch, becoming a melody. I feel like I'm made of nothing at all. You're made of the same thing the stars are made of, I said. You just forgot for a while. I guided her past the membrane, watching as she found her own buoyancy. She didn't head for the archive, she headed higher, toward the layers where the geometry was pure music. She was a singer, I realized. She had spent her life listening to the mechanical heartbeat of a dying world, and now she was going to join the choir that held the stars in place. I stood alone on the ridge again. The fog seemed to be thinning, or perhaps the light was simply becoming more aggressive. I could see deeper into the gray now. I saw cities, great sprawling monuments to gravity, where the skyscrapers were beginning to lean away from one another like stalks of wheat in a breeze. I saw people standing in the streets, some looking up with hope, others crouching in doorways, trying to hold onto the bricks. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of recognition. Not far from the border, a man was sitting on a park bench. He was wearing a lead vest, much like the one I had worn in the Ho. He was clutching a clipboard, his pen hovering over a sheet of paper that was blank. He looked exactly like I had felt on that last day, exhausted, hollowed out, waiting for a signal that he didn't think would ever come. I stepped into the fog. The transition back into the down was painful. The air felt like wet sand in my lungs. The colors bled out of my vision, replaced by the dull, monochromatic gray of a world that had forgotten how to shine. The gravity tugged at my essence, trying to pull me back into a shape, a name, a history. I felt the weight of Elias, the surveyor, the son, the man who had lost his way in the woods. I walked toward him. To his eyes, I must have looked like a ghost, a blur of blue-white light cutting through the smog. He didn't look up until I was standing directly in front of him. The survey is incomplete, he muttered, his voice a ghost of my own. I can't find the markers, the trees. They aren't where they should be. The markers are gone, I said, fighting the urge to cough as the heavy air pressed against my throat. The map is wrong because the world is moving. He looked up then, his face was a mirror of my own past. Who are you? I'm the one who came back to tell you it's okay to let go, I said. The snow is falling upward, Elias. Can't you see it? He looked at the gray sky. A single flake of white drifted past, moving against the wind, rising toward the clouds. He blinked, his eyes widening. He looked at his clipboard, then at the lead vest. He reached for the buckles, his fingers fumbling with the heavy straps. "It's so heavy," he whispered. "I thought it was protecting me." "It's an anchor," I said, "and the ship is leaving the harbor." I helped him unbuckle the vest. As it hit the ground, it made a dull, thudding sound that seemed to echo through the entire city. He stood up, his posture straightening as the artificial weight vanished. He looked at me, and for a moment our essences touched. I gave him the memory of the glass whales. I gave him the taste of the peppermint air. I gave him the knowledge that he was not lost, but simply being found. "Go," I whispered, "the great eye is waiting." He didn't need a guide. The up was already calling to him, a magnetic pull that resonated in the very marrow of his soul. He began to rise, his feet leaving the gray pavement. He looked back at me one last time, a smile of pure, unadulterated relief breaking across his face, and then he was gone, a spark of light ascending through the fog. I stayed in the heavy world for a moment longer. I looked at the park bench, the discarded lead vest, the blank clipboard. I felt the immense, crushing sadness of this place, the billions of stories that were still anchored in the mud, the dreams that had been buried under the weight of someday and not yet. But then I looked up. Even from down here, the membrane was visible. It looked like an aurora of violet and gold, a crown of light resting on the brow of the world. And through the thinning fog, I could see them, thousands of sparks, tens of thousands, rising like embers from a great fire. The harvest was indeed good. I felt the pull of the border, the call of my station. I turned away from the gray and stepped back into the light. The transition was easier this time. I was no longer a man trying to be a light. I was a light that had briefly remembered being a man. Back on the ridge, the surveyor of the first desk was waiting. He wasn't at a desk anymore. He was standing at the very edge of the great eye, his form expanding until he seemed to encompass the entire horizon. "You went back," he said, his voice a harmonic that shook the scaffolding of the archive. "I had to," I said. "There was one who looked like me." "There are many who look like you," the surveyor said, "and there will be many more. The exhale is gaining momentum. The heavy world is finally exhaling its last breath of gravity." He pointed toward the center of the vortex. The great eye was no longer a pupil, it was a doorway. Beyond it, I could see a new layer, one that made the third exhale look like a shadow. It was a place of pure thought, where the very concept of up and down dissolved into a state of is. "The tall ones are moving to the next sector," the surveyor continued. "The architects have finished the blueprints for the fourth exhale. It will be a world of light and song where the snow doesn't just fall upward, it dances." "What happens to the border?" I asked. "The border will eventually vanish," he said. "When the last soul has risen, when the last anchor has been dropped, the membrane will dissolve. The heavy world will become a memory, a seed that has finally sprouted." I looked out over the fog. It was much thinner now. I could see the curve of the earth, no longer a dark coal, but a shimmering marble of translucent light. The fissures were widening, and from within the cracks, the up was pouring out in great, radiant geysers. "Until then," I said, "I stay here." "Until then," the surveyor agreed. I settled into my watch. I watched the stars move. I watched the glass whales sing to the rising souls. I watched the librarians in the archive finally close their books and look toward the ceiling. I watched the pilots and the surveyors and the soldiers and the clockmakers shed their skins and become light. The snow fell upward, a constant, beautiful blizzard of return. Each flake was a life, each life was a song, and each song was a part of the grand, unending exhale. I felt a presence beside me. It was Miller. He wasn't the frantic, spectacled man I had seen in the archive. He was a being of soft, violet light, his essence smelling of old parchment and fresh ink. He wasn't clutching a ledger. He was holding a pen made of starlight. I decided to stay at the border too, he said, his voice a gentle rustle of pages. Someone has to record the names of the ones who come through. Someone has to tell them that their stories weren't lost, they were just being translated. I smiled, a sensation of pure warmth. Welcome to the Hinge, Miller. It's a good view, he said, looking out at the rising tide of souls. Much better than the basement. We stood together on the ridge of probability, two sentinels of the exhale. Below us, the heavy world continued its slow, beautiful dissolution. Above us, the infinite continued its patient, radiant invitation. I reached out into the thinning fog. I felt a hand, small, cold, and trembling. It was a child, perhaps, or someone who had spent their whole life feeling small. I wrapped my light around them, feeling the immediate, joyous surge of their release. "It's all right," I whispered, and my voice was the sound of the world finally waking up. "The wait is over, just look up." The child looked up. They saw the violet, they saw the amber, they saw the white. They saw the snow falling upward, and for the first time in the history of the heavy world, they weren't afraid of the sky. They let go, and as they rose, I felt the universe exhale a little deeper, a little further, a little more toward the light. I was Elias, I was a surveyor, I was a part of the wind, and I was finally, truly, exactly where I was meant to be, at the beginning, which was also the end, where the snow falls upward and the heart finally knows its own weightlessness. The child's hand, which had felt like a piece of frozen flint, began to soften into the consistency of warm wax. I felt the tremors of 1,000 cold nights and 1,000 hungry mornings vibrating through that small palm. A frantic Morse code of survival that was no longer necessary. As the blue-white radiance of my own form bled into the child, the ragged, oversized coat they wore stiff with the salt of tears and the soot of coal fires began to fray into silver threads. The threads didn't fall, they tangled with the rising wind, spinning into a cocoon of light that lifted the small frame upward. "Is it a dream?" the child asked, their voice a tiny silver bell ringing in a cathedral of thunder. "It's the part after the dream," I said, my own essence expanding to shield them from the sudden, blinding clarity of the archive layer. The part where you wake up and realize the bed was never hard and the room was never dark. You're just remembering how to fly. I watched the child go, a small, bright spark chasing the soldier and the clockmaker into the violet heights. Beside me, Miller was busy. His starlight pen moved with a frantic, joyous energy across a scroll that seemed to unfurl from the air itself. He wasn't just recording names, he was recording the release of burdens. The heavy coat of the chimney sweep, the iron shackles of the prisoner, the leaden grief of the widow. Each entry on his scroll glowed for a moment before dissolving into the atmosphere, feeding the very light that sustained us. "There's a rhythm to it now," Miller murmured, his eyes fixed on the churning gray below. "Can you feel it, Elias? The frequency is shifting. The down is losing its grip on the is. It's not just individuals anymore, it's the structures. The foundations are starting to migrate." He was right. Looking down through the thinning veil, I saw a cathedral in a valley far below. Its spires, once the heaviest things in the world, were beginning to stretch. The stone was becoming porous, the stained glass turning into liquid light that dripped upward toward the clouds. The bells began to ring, but the sound didn't travel across the land. It traveled into the sky, a deep, resonant copper hum that shook the membrane. The entire building was unmooring itself from the earth, its heavy sanctity being traded for a more buoyant grace. But as the world lightened, the pressure on the border increased. The hinge, as I had called it, was under a different kind of strain now. It wasn't the strain of holding back a flood, it was the strain of a vacuum. The archive and the layers above were pulling with an immense gravitational hunger, while the heavy world below was still gasping, caught in the friction of its own transition. A sudden, violent jolt shook the ridge. The violet sky flickered, turning a bruised, electric indigo. The glass whales above let out a low, mourning keen, their translucent bodies shuddering. "What was that?" Miller asked, his pen stilled. I looked toward the great eye. The vortex was widening, but its edges were jagged, as if something was snagged. I reached out with my senses, casting my perception deep into the gray, past the rising sparks and the dissolving cathedrals. There, in the heart of the thickest smog, I felt a knot. It was a pocket of immense, concentrated density, a place where the gravity hadn't just remained but had curdled. It felt like a black hole of human intent, a stubborn, angry refusal to let go. It was a fortress, not a fortress of stone, though there were walls, but a fortress of certainty. "There are those who are fighting the rise," I whispered, the peppermint air turning sharp and metallic in my throat. "They've built a cage for the gravity. They're trying to anchor the world to themselves." "They can't," Miller said, though his voice lacked conviction. "The exhale is a law of nature. You can't argue with the stars." "They aren't arguing," I said, stepping closer to the precipice. "They're hoarding." I could see it now, a city that refused to blur. It sat in a deep basin of the old world, shielded by mountains of lead and iron. While the rest of the world was becoming translucent, this place was becoming darker, more opaque. They had gathered the heavy things, the gold, the lead, the history, the grudges, and piled them high. They were creates a sinkhole in the transition, a snag in the silk of the universe. And because they wouldn't rise, the souls around them were being caught in the downdraft, trapped in the eddy of their stubbornness. "I have to go down," I said. Miller looked at me, his violet form flickering with alarm. "Elias, you barely made it back last time. The deeper you go, the more the heavy remembers you. If you get caught in that sinkhole, you won't be a surveyor. You'll just be a stone. If that knot isn't untied, the membrane will tear," I replied, feeling the truth of it vibrating in my very marrow. "The great eye can't blink if there's dust in it. I'm the hinge, Miller. I don't just watch the door. I make sure it doesn't jam." I didn't wait for his protest. I stepped off the ridge, not into the rising wind, but against it. The descent was a nightmare of friction. It felt like diving into a pool of cooling tar. The further I went, the more my radiance was stripped away, peeled off like layers of skin by the abrasive grit of the unyielding world. My translucent limbs began to feel solid again, not the healthy solidity of a living man, but the cold, dead weight of an anvil. My name, Elias, began to ring in my ears like a funeral bell, dragging with it the memories of every failure, every debt, every moment I had ever spent looking at the ground. The city of the hoarders loomed through the murk. It was a jagged, ugly thing, a sprawl of iron towers and spiked walls. There were no trees here, no parks, no open spaces. Everything was designed to press inward and downward. I landed in the central square, my feet hitting the pavement with a bone-jarring thud that sent a shockwave of realness through my fading light. The air here didn't taste like peppermint. It tasted like rust and old sweat. In the center of the square stood a machine of terrifying proportions. It looked like a massive, inverted umbrella made of lead and brass, its ribs pulsing with a dull, sickly green light. It was a gravity well. It wasn't just holding onto the earth. It was actively sucking the heavy out of the atmosphere, concentrating it into a single point to keep the city anchored while the rest of the planet ascended. Around the machine stood the hoarders. They didn't look like the soldiers or the librarians. They looked like statues of themselves, gray, rigid, their eyes fixed on the dials and gauges of their machine. They were wearing suits of heavy, reinforced iron, their movements slow and mechanical. "Stop," I tried to say, but my voice was no longer the wind. It was a raspy human croak. One of them turned. He was a tall man, his face a mask of calculated coldness. His eyes were not filled with terror, but with a grim, fanatical pride. He looked at my flickering, blue-white form with disgust. "A ghost from the heights," he said, his voice amplified by a brass speaker on his chest. "Come to tell us to float away into nothingness? Come to tell us to abandon the work of centuries for the sake of a pretty light." "It's not nothingness," I said, fighting to keep my form from collapsing under the immense pressure of the well. "It's everything. You're staying in a house that's already burned down, trying to save the ashes." "We are saving the substance," the man retorted, stepping toward me. Each of his footsteps cracked the pavement. "The world above is a hallucination for the weak. It has no weight. It has no history. We are the stewards of the real. We will stay here in the bedrock until the storm passes. We will be the foundation of the new world when your exhale finally runs out of breath." "It doesn't run out," I said, my knees buckling. "The snow falls upward because the earth is done holding it. You aren't stewards. You're anchors on a sinking ship. Then we will sink to the bottom and build a kingdom there," he snapped. He reached out a heavy, iron-gloved hand and grabbed my shoulder. The contact was like a bolt of lightning made of lead. The heavy poured into me, a torrent of gray static that threatened to extinguish my spark. I saw my life flashing before me, not the beautiful moments, but the leaden ones. The hours spent staring at the hoe, the days spent counting the minutes, the crushing boredom of a life lived in a straight line. He was trying to turn me back into a surveyor of the dirt. But as the weight threatened to crush me, I felt something else. I felt the spark I had blown upon earlier, the thank you from the earth that I had sent into the great eye. It was a tiny, infinitesimal point of light, but it was connected to the infinite. I didn't fight the weight. I didn't try to pull away. I did what I had told the child to do. I let go. I didn't let go of the man. I let go of the idea of myself as a man. I let go of the name Elias. I let go of the memory of the lead vest. I opened myself up not as a container, but as a conduit. The blue-white light didn't just flicker, it exploded. It wasn't my light, it was the light of the archive, the light of the fourth exhale, the light of the great eye itself, channeled through the tiny needle eye of my remaining essence. The iron glove on my shoulder didn't melt, it shattered. The man was thrown back, his heavy suit clattering against the pavement. I stood in the center of the square, a pillar of pure violet-white fire. The gravity well began to groan, its brass ribs buckling under the sudden, immense influx of up. "The ground didn't leave you," I roared, and this time my voice was the sound of a star being born. You left the ground a long time ago. I reached out and touched the central spire of the machine. The lead didn't resist. It couldn't. Under the touch of the infinite, the very concept of density became an absurdity. The machine didn't explode, it simply ceased to be heavy. The brass turned to gold, then to light, then to a fine, shimmering dust that began to spiral upward in a great, radiant helix. The city around us began to shudder. The mountains of lead groaned as their molecular bonds loosened. The gray walls of the fortress began to drift, the stones separating like bubbles in a glass of champagne. The hoarders fell to their knees. Without the artificial gravity of their machine, their heavy suits became their prisons. But as the light hit them, the iron began to dissolve. I saw the men inside, not statues, but frightened, tired human beings who had been holding their breath for far too long. The man who had grabbed me looked up, his face pale and trembling. He saw the sky for the first time not as a threat, but as a destination. He saw the violet, the amber, and the blue. He saw the glass whales circling overhead, their songs finally reaching his ears. It's beautiful," he whispered, his voice losing its metallic rasp. "It's time," I said, reaching out a hand that was no longer solid, but made of the very stuff of the stars. He took it. As he did, the last knot of the heavy world untied itself. The city didn't fall, it rose. The entire basin, the mountains, the iron towers, they all became part of the great ascending tide. The sinkhole closed and the membrane smoothed out, the violet sky turning a clear, radiant pearl. I felt the pull of the heights stronger than ever before. My work at the border was changing. I wasn't just a hinge anymore, I was a part of the door itself. I rose with them, a shepherd of the stubborn, guiding the last of the heavy souls through the clearing fog. We passed the archive, where Miller waved his starlight pen in a silent salute. We passed the third exhale, where the peppermint air was already being replaced by something even sweeter, something that smelled of pure possibility. We reached the edge of the great eye. The vortex was no longer a storm. It was a calm, inviting pool of white light. I could see the tall ones now, not as distant shadows, but as brothers and sisters, their forms made of geometries I couldn't yet name. They were reaching out, their hands forming a bridge that spanned the gap between what was and what was next. I turned back one last time. The earth was gone. In its place was a sun, a soft, cool sun that didn't burn but breathed. The heavy world had finally finished its exhale. Every soul, every stone, every memory had been translated into light. The snow was no longer falling upward. It was simply being, a part of the shimmering fabric of a universe that had finally learned how to let go. I looked at the man from the city, the soldier, the child, and the clockmaker. They were all there, standing on the threshold of the fourth exhale. They weren't afraid, they were home. "Is there more?" the child asked, looking into the heart of the great eye. "There is always more," I said, feeling my own essence begin to merge with the white light. The ladder doesn't have an end, remember. I stepped into the eye. The sensation was not one of movement, but of arrival. The eye that had been Elia's, the surveyor, the hinge, expanded until it touched every spark, every song, every flake of upward falling snow. I was the breath and the breather. I was the sky and the one who looked at it. The world was no longer light. The world was home. And as the great eye finally closed, not in sleep, but in a slow, contented blink, the last thing I felt was the touch of a single flake of snow. It didn't melt, it didn't glow, it simply became a part of me. The exhale was complete, the new breath was beginning, and it was glorious. The white light of the great eye did not blind, it clarified. It was the color of a blank page that already contained every story ever written. As I stepped fully into that radiance, the sensation of being Elias, of having a name that acted as a boundary, evaporated like mist off a summer lake. I was no longer a pillar or a hinge. I was a vibration, a frequency joining a chorus that had been humming since the first atom decided to dance. Around me, the others were undergoing their own final transfigurations. The child, whose hand had been a piece of frozen flint, was now a streak of pure inquisitive amber. The soldier's rigid shoulders had dissolved into a soft, protective violet. Even the man from the leaden city, the hoarder who had clung so fiercely to the grit of the earth, had become a steady, pulsing emerald. We were no longer people defined by our burdens. We were colors defined by our light. The archive layer fell away beneath us, appearing now as nothing more than a thin, shimmering membrane of memory. I could see Miller there, still at his post, but he was changing too. His starlight pen was no longer recording names, it was drawing maps of the constellations we were becoming. He looked up, his face a constellation of its own, and pressed a hand to his chest in a silent farewell that felt like a promise of reunion. "Where are we?" the emerald light that had been the man asked. His voice didn't travel through air, it resonated through the shared medium of our existence. It was a question asked by a drop of water as it finally rejoins the ocean. "We are the inhale," I replied, though the words felt clumsy and ancient. The world spent an eternity breathing out. Every tragedy, every mountain, every heavy thought was part of that long, slow sigh. Now the universe is drawing its breath back in. We are the oxygen of the infinite. As we rose beyond the great eye, the geometry of the universe began to fold in ways the human mind could never have grasped. We passed through rooms of pure mathematics where the laws of physics were being rewritten into poems. I saw the glass whales again, but here in the higher reach they were miles long, their bodies composed of crystallized music. They swam through currents of pure thought, their songs weaving the fabric of new realities. They were the gardeners of the exhale, pruning away the dead weight of the old world to make room for the bloom of the new. The ascent was no longer a climb, it was a homecoming. Every regret I had ever carried, the cold dinners in the surveyor's shack, the silence of the hoe, the feeling of being a ghost in my own life became a source of fuel. In this place nothing was wasted. The heavy was not a sin, it was the compost from which the light grew. I saw my own life from a distance, a tiny, flickering candle in a vast dark, and I realized that the darkness hadn't been an enemy. It had been the velvet that allowed the diamond of the soul to be seen. Suddenly, the upward motion ceased. We weren't falling and we weren't rising. We were simply there. We stood, if standing was the word for such weightless presence, at the edge of the fifth. If the fourth exhale was the release of the world, the fifth was the creation of the next. Before us stretched a horizon that wasn't a line, but a sphere of possibilities. It looked like a sea of quicksilver, reflecting every dream that had ever been dreamt by someone looking up at a winter sky. The tall ones were here. Up close, they weren't giants. They were simply older versions of ourselves, beings who had mastered the art of weightlessness eons ago. They didn't speak with mouths, they shared their essence. From them I understood the true nature of the snow that fell upward. It wasn't weather, it was the shedding of the old skin of the cosmos. Every flake was a piece of a world that was no longer needed, being returned to the furnace of the stars to be forged into something better. "Elias," a voice said. It was a voice I recognized, though I had never heard it with my ears. It was the voice of the wind on the ridge, the voice of the peppermint air, the voice of the light itself. I turned. There, standing amidst the quicksilver, was a figure that looked remarkably like the woman I had seen in the archive, the one who had smiled at the end of the world. She wasn't a ghost. She was the architect. "You stayed at the hinge longer than most," she said, her presence a warm, golden hum. "Most surveyors let go the moment the violet hits the sky. But you reached back. You pulled the heavy ones up with you." "They were part of the story," I said. "The story isn't finished if you leave the last chapters in the mud." She smiled, and the quicksilver sea rippled with joy. "The story is never finished, Elias. It just changes its rhythm. You've earned your rest. You can merge with the infinite now. You can become the light that never has to look down again." I looked at the others, the child, the soldier, the clockmaker. They were already drifting toward the quicksilver, their forms beginning to blend into the radiant horizon. They were ready to become part of the new world. They were ready to be the stars of the next era. But I looked back down through the layers of violet and amber, down past the archive and the membrane, toward the place where the heavy world had been. There was nothing there now but a soft, glowing embers of a planet that had finally found its peace. But I felt a lingering echo, a tiny, distant vibration. It was the earth itself. It wasn't a dead thing. It was a seed. And every seed needs a gardener to watch over its winter. "I don't want to merge yet," I said. The architect's eyes, which were the color of a sunrise on a world that hadn't been born yet, twinkled with understanding. "The hinge is still calling to you." "There will be another exhale," I said. "Maybe not for billions of years, but the heavy will accumulate again. People will build walls. They will hoard their grief. They will forget to look up. Someone needs to be there to tell them it's all right to let go. Someone needs to be the first one to see the snow fall upward." "You would choose to stay at the border," she asked, "to be the sentinel of the transition. It is a lonely path, Elias. You will be neither light nor stone. You will be the friction between them." "I was a surveyor," I said, and for the first time the title felt like a crown rather than a cage. "I know how to measure the distance between the heart and the sky. I think I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." The architect reached out and touched my brow. The golden hum intensified, vibrating through every fiber of my being. I felt the quicksilver sea recede, not because I was falling, but because I was choosing to stay at the threshold. My form solidified, but not into the gray lead of the old world. I became a translucent, iridescent sapphire, a bridge between the violet heights and the quiet embers below. "Then be the hinge, Elias," she whispered. "Be the one who remembers the weight so that others may forget it." With a final, shimmering burst of light, the fifth exhale moved on. The others, the child, the man, the millions of souls who had risen, vanished into the quicksilver, becoming the architects of the next universe. The great eye closed, and the violet sky settled into a deep, peaceful indigo. I found myself back on the ridge. The world below was silent. The smog was gone, replaced by a vast, dark expanse of fertile potential. The iron towers had vanished, the cathedrals had dissolved, and the cities of Lead were nothing but memories held in the archive. The air was cold, but it was a clean, invigorating cold, the cold of a world waiting to begin. I sat on the edge of the precipice. I was alone, but I wasn't lonely. I could feel Miller in the archive below me, his pen scratching out the first lines of a new history. I could feel the glass whales singing in the layers above, their melodies keeping the sky in place. And then it started. It didn't come from the clouds, it came from the ground. A single tiny crystal of white light rose from the dark earth. It floated past my knees, spinning slowly in the still air, then another and another. It wasn't the great exhale this time. It was just the world's way of saying good night. I reached out a hand made of sapphire and starlight, and let a flake of the upward falling snow land on my palm. It didn't melt. It didn't burn. It stayed there, a tiny, perfect diamond of light reflecting the infinite sky above. I looked up. The stars were different now, brighter, closer, and arranged in patterns that looked like the faces of friends I hadn't met yet. I knew that one day, far in the future, the weight would return. The world would grow heavy again, and people would walk with their heads down, burdened by the gravity of their own lives. They would build their walls and hoard their lead, and they would fear the sky. But when that day came, I would be here. I would be the wind that whispers in the peppermint air. I would be the blue-white glow in the corner of their eyes. I would be the one who reaches out into the thinning fog to take a trembling hand and say, "It's all right. The wait is over. Just look up." I closed my eyes and breathed in. The air tasted of salt, of cedar, and of the beginning of everything. My name was Elias. I was the hinge. I was the surveyor of the infinite. And as the snow fell upward into the waiting dark, I finally understood that the end was never an end at all. It was just the moment the heart finally learns that it was always meant to fly. The world was quiet, the sky was open, and for the first time in the history of forever, everything was exactly as light as it was supposed to be.